Yo. And we're live. Yo. Today we work on Linksider. Um Alright, here's what we are working on. This is Davy, this is Davy, this is Davy, this is Davy, right? What am I doing? Make top bar UI drop shadows. Alright, fine. Davy said that he wants me to work on this one, different background on selection level. So we already made it so that I'm going to work using VS Code today. Hello, IC. How are you doing? How's your progress on your stuff? By the way, I wanted to ask you guys, since you did win, I would assume that it is winning, right? The game jam. Did you not Do you not want to continue working and make a better version of the Close to Light? Or are you like just working on your language and stuff? You're not sure yet? I don't know. Nerdsoul has a different game that he should probably work on. I don't know if you have a long-term project or you're just doing random stuff mostly right now, as far as I understand. I'm just saying that the Close to Light looks like a simple, small enough game, so you know it can be done into like something good relatively fast. Now you're working on the compiler. Yeah, but is the compiler a long-term project, or is this something that you just do for fun? Music takes a long time, kind of. Oh, I don't know. You did it in 7 days. Like, I don't know. Just like what I'm trying to do right now myself, right, is instead of participating in more game jams, just make something that is finished. Since I don't know, is this your like best game so far, or is it not? I mean, obviously, Close to Line was pretty good, but this is inspired by Close to Line. What else was there? Wait, inside the box. Do I remember this one? Outside the box. I don't remember that one. Isn't this a puzzle game? Hold on. Can I not play it on the web? Nah. I'm too lazy. No shit. This thing. How do you call it? The snare or something that is hitting all the time? This could be a good game, I think, too. Anyway, I was just wondering. All right, what am I doing? Cargo run. Okay, here's the game. Here's the game. Actually, wanted to turn to a full game. Why did you not? I think it could be a good mobile game to be like precise. It seems even more of a mobile like stuff. Got kind of overwhelmed. Yeah, it's a more casual puzzle than the Linksider here, I think, with just abstract art, just shapes, kind of. I think. Okay, so this over here is supposed to be the level selection level. So we go into these things. There should be multiple things like that. This is supposed to be inner level, so you go into the inner level, you play it, then you continue to the next level. Yeah. And yeah, so this thing already has its own levels, selection. This already has its own tile set, and I want... What is this? Yep.run. What does this even mean? Yep.run. What does that mean? This is a level. Oh, because there is only one level here. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Fine. Let me do this. So yeah, I think I want for every group to potentially have another thing that is going to be like called group toml. Let me make a toml thing. It is going to be the list, the configuration of the group, right? So for this specific group, you tried writing your compiler in camel and then got a Stack Overflow and gave up. What do you mean Stack Overflow? Like infinite recursion? I mean, that can happen in Rust too, to be honest. I wish there was a way to, like... Didn't even tell me where. I think if in Rust you have an infinite recursion, it's not going to tell you where either. It's like in C, when you do an infinite stack, right? It's also not going to tell you where. Unless there is some tool to do that. I don't know. I only hit it a couple of times, but yeah. Okay, so for a group, I want to have override tile set is going to be tile set, and by default it's like nothing. All right, group toml. Let me have... Used to Lua giving you a stack trace and overflow. Well, yeah. is because it's checking for it, right? In C, since you are going for speed, you don't want to do checks every time you allocate something on the stack. Same with Rust and same with C++. Hold on, let me see. Rust Stack Overflow. Backtrace on Stack Overflow. I guess there's a crate to do this. By default, Rust aborts on Stack Overflow without printing a backtrace. Yeah, this is the default. And this crate fixes it. Their shell is having a lambda over here. Nice. So what does this do? Unsave, backtrace on Stack Overflow, enable. So yeah, this is like an optional crate that enables this. How does it work though? Hold on. Best effort printing backtrace on Stack Overflow. Leap C, stack T, signal stack. Okay, in C standard library there is a signal stack, right? And you can handle the signal of Stack Overflow. Is that right? So yeah, I guess that's how you do it in C, and that's how you do it in Rust too. Probably doesn't work on all the platforms, I would assume. Okay. Well, it is possible. Maybe it's probably possible to do in OCaml too. Did you try searching? Okay. Override tile set, tile set. No, you didn't search? Alright. Okay. So I want for every group of levels to have a configuration file. Right? Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Override tile set. Over here. I'm literally loading it if it exists right now, but I want it to be like more specific here. So I'm literally handling a failure to load a tile set as a missing tile set. It's not very good. Join tile set. Here, here, and there. Yes. Okay, so I think my context here. Hello, Davey. Hello there. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. I'm going to have So Davey, I'm going to like potentially enable more customization for a group of levels in the future. Right? There is going to be inside the group a file where you customize the group, basically. For this one, I'm overriding the tile set, and then I'm going to enable overriding the background here too. I need to like do a little bit of refactoring. The stuff I added recently, specifically this overriding of the tile set, was a little ugly. Okay, I think I want to have a levels over here. Yes. Level cache. I want to have a level cache. Levels cache. Cache new. right? So I want these things to not be public anymore. I want to abstract over like the pathing and shit. Abstract cache. There's only going to be the cache of levels. Okay. Well, let's see what it is going to be. So I'm just literally going to change all the public items to be private here. And then we see where I guess this thing should be async, by the way, because I'm going to like load the group names originally here. Okay, well, let's see. So over here, I do the group directory. Hold on. All right, so over here, instead of doing level load from file, I'm not going to do that at all. Instead, we are going to have the path and this should not even have the path, I feel like. It should be like location, probably. Levels, location. I'm going to abstract over this thing. Abstract location. We'll see. I will assume there is going to be a group here and the name. Something like this. So instead of doing a level loading from file, I'm going to do context level cache load from the location. Await. Right? So this is the operation that I need to have. Context level cache load. location like this. Mm. Okay, so this means that I need to have for location new group and level. Okay, and then for the level cache, I need the ability to load a level. Load from the location. It's going to load the level. Override tile set is a different thing. Okay. So yeah, I think the other thing that I need to do here is not the level, but also the group is going to be. Hey man, smart chap. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Level cache, load group, location group. So I'm going to load the group too. Is there any difference between a barycentric interpolation and normal interpolation? I have no idea. I never used a barycentric interpolation. I did. Wait, hold on. I did search for it before. It's using different like coordinate systems, probably, right? Barycentric coordinate system is a coordinate system in which the location of the point is specified by the reference to a simplex, a triangle for points in a plane. The barycentric coordinates of a point can be interpreted as masses placed at the vertices of a simplex. Hold on, what is a simplex? I don't... Simplex is a generalization of the notion of the triangle. Oh, okay. For triangle color interpolation. So what is the coordinates? Hold on. What is the coordinates in this coordinate system? How many numbers do you have? Like still 2 numbers, I would assume, right? Like 1, 0, 0, and 1.5. Okay. Okay, it should be no difference. You're looking at the hard documentation. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page. What is this system, coordinate system? Like, where is 0 on this system, you know? There is no offended mention. Scalars I0, I1, such that this is that. Okay. It should be no difference from what I understand, because this is still a linear coordinate system and the regular coordinate system is still linear. It doesn't matter in which coordinate system you are doing the interpolation, because like I guess it depends on how do you compose the interpolation for the, like how exactly are you calculating. The GPUs use the barycentric. Well, I mean, it's because it's simpler. Yes, I would also use the barycentric. I guess I have used this before. It's just I never called it a barycentric thing. It is simpler. Yes, but it doesn't matter what you are doing your operations with, because the result is going to be the same. In computer graphics, barycentric coordinates are used for blending 3 colors over a triangular region. There you go. But anyway, when you interpolate between the 2 points, it doesn't matter if you do the interpolation in like in what coordinate system you are doing the interpolation, because those are both like affine coordinate systems, right? This is still like, it still has the same properties, so it doesn't matter if you interpolate between 2 points at least. But it is very like one of the other things that I have seen people do is like sometimes you do this barycentric coordinates apparently, because it is much simpler for like some other stuff. For example, for doing the curves, you know, because if you do a Bezier curve, you can like you can basically construct a triangle that like has the curve like you can basically construct a coordinate system in which your like curve is inside the triangle with the coordinates of 0, 1 and 1, 0, right? And 0, 0. And that may, like, after you do that, it is like easier to do the math. So yeah. For example, like calculating the distance to the, or whether you are inside the curve or not when you are doing shading and stuff. So like in order to render the curves, for example, sometimes it's used to, I guess. Anyway, I'm currently refactoring the level loading in the game. Level cache. There's going to be a load of the levels, and there's also going to be a function that is called load group. Self group string. It's going to have a group. Okay. Specifically, I am going to return the reference count here. We have the level editor. And this thing is going to be changed. So it's not just reference counted. It's going to be reference count and ref cell. Let me just call it a handle. Struct handle t. It's going to be inside. It's going to be reference counted ref cell t. Like that. And over here, I'm going to return the handle to the group. Okay. Okay. Hello there. Hello there. Nautilus. Hello, hello. Type mismatch resolving. Yeah. So over here, this specifically, this is me trying to play the level. If I am loading the level here, then I am going to play this level. So I'm going to get here, and then I'm going to clone the level so that I can play it. Why don't I always clone it? I guess it actually doesn't matter because I'm not even storing the level inside, so I don't need to clone it. Yeah. The level is a cow, but all I really need is to have a reference to the level, right? Level is a level. So I just want to have this reference, right? Eventually. Yeah. I wish there was an easier way of doing this actually. So, you know, like over here, when I'm loading the level from the cache, this is going to return me a handle to the level, which is not exactly like a reference on an owned, right? And if I don't want to clone it here, I want, so basically I can do the get, right? This gets me a ref. And then using that ref, I can dereference it to get the reference to the level like normally, right? But I cannot return the reference to this temporary here. I wish there was an easy way of doing that somehow. Because otherwise is clone by value. Well, depending on what you're cloning, obviously, but usually, yes, it is a clone by value unless you're cloning a smart pointer, like a reference counted pointer. Then you are cloning the reference. Otherwise, clone is, yes, clone by value. So, like, I will have to do this a new impl helper method here. And I'm going to... let me show you what I mean. So, I am either... so, in order for me to construct the game state, I am either getting the reference to the level, or I am going to load the level manually, right? If I'm loading the level manually, then I'm having this handle to the level, right? And I can call handle get to get the ref. This is not the same as just a regular reference in Rust. And then I can do... And then I can convert it to a regular reference, though. Self new impl. So I'm going to do this. Here I'm going to do this. So how can I make this code without making this helper method? I have no idea. I'm not really sure. I wish there was some syntax sugar, I think. So over here, instead of having an optional level, I have literally a reference to the level, so that I can properly initialize my game state. Hold on. Handle does not leave long enough. The jumper is part of the expression of at the end of the block. Consider forcing this temperature to be dropped sooner. Oh, handle get gets me the thing. I need to do that. So, like, because this thing over here has a lifetime to it, right? I cannot make it escape to the outside of this match statement, basically. So I cannot just assign the reference to the level here, because that would be assigning from inside this match block. It's a little annoying, but okay. It's not that big in this specific case. Okay, and then over here, override tile set. I do not need that. I mean, I'm going to have that inside my loading of the group. So when I'm loading the group, I'm going to see if it has the override tile set, and I'm going to load it then. So yeah, in order to generate preview, I want to generate using the overriding tile set, obviously. All right. So this means that like in addition to loading the level, I need to load the group here. Group is going to be context level cache load group inner group. Wait, I have the handle to the group here. Handle to the group. I did not make the struct, which is the group itself. Struct group. There you go. Generate preview. And I think in order to generate the preview, I'm going to just pass here the handle to the group directly. Probably. There might be some other things. So we get a group and a level to generate the preview. Let's see. Group is going to be levels group. Reference to the levels group, like this. So yeah, we don't have the overriding tile set. Instead, the overriding tile set, draw level, level mesh, override tile set. Over here, I'm saying the group and level. Over here, it's going to be the group and level. Level mesh, this one is going to be the group. So tile set that I'm going to do over here is going to be group override tile set. So this is going to be a property of the group. The override tile set. So tile override tile set is an optional under a tile set, right? Something like that. Okay. Drawing the level is going to get an override tile set. That's not going to be here. Instead, we're going to have the group in addition to the level. So, and in order to draw, we also need to have the group tile set. This is just for the draw impl. I don't need this here. Draw impl is going to have the group here. It's going to have a group there. No tile set. Instead, we have a group. And over here, finally, we're going to figure out what is the texture we're using for rendering. And it is going to be group tile set unwrap or assets game. So this is like the default tile set. Group abstract camera 2D is not, yeah, override tile set is not here anymore. Tile set. Draw tile. So this is the us drawing the tile from the tile set. In order to know what the tile set is, I have the group here. This is the tile set. And I'm doing the rendering. Okay. Nice. There's a couple more. Load group icons. What is this? Group icons. Do we use do we have group icons at all anymore? Draw group icon. This is unused. We delete that, I think. So like before, Davey, if you remember, so like on our previous level selection, every group would have an icon, which is like the text. You know? Group icons. I think I don't do that. Instead, I'm going to have the icon inside the group directly. Would make more sense. Instead of loading group names, I'm just going to load all the groups here. But this is completely unnecessary. Now, draw group icon. This is unused and this is going to be deleted. All right. Then here we have more errors. What is the errors? Level path. We're not going to have level path. Instead, we're going to have level location. Level location is going to be the location of the level, not just the path on the file system anymore. Location. Level mesh over here. I need a group. Have a group here. Override tile set. That thing doesn't exist anymore. Missing override tile set. It is missing because what do you mean missing structure fields override tile set? Where is it? Override. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just need to delete this one. It should not even be present. Okay, here. Group. Group does not live long enough. Because it's moved. Wait, hold on. Why? The temporary is part of the expression at the end of the block. Consider forcing this temporary to be dropped sooner. Level does not live long enough. Hold on, what do you mean? Is this the same shit again? Over here, I'm generating the preview. This is not an async shit anymore. What I need here is a reference to the group and the reference to the level. By calling the get, I'm getting the ref, then I'm dereferencing it. I do like deref. If I do deref, and yeah, the same shit here. Okay, whatever. I'm actually like confused. This should not be an error. Hold on. Let me fix the other errors first. Mismatch types, expected location found path buff. Alright. Yes. Inner level path. Inner group, inner level. Yeah. Inner level. Position, group level. Literally. So it's going to be levels, location, new, inner group, inner level. Group does not live long enough. Group does not live long enough. Group is dropped here while still borrowed. Who is still borrowing it? I don't understand this. Binding group declared here, alright. Borrowed value does not live long enough. A temporary with access to the borrow is created here, yes. And then group dropped here while still being borrowed. And the borrow might be used here when the temporary is dropped and runs the destructor of the type ref. Oh. So over here we're constructing the ref. Oh, I see. This is weird though. Hold on, I don't understand this error message. Let me go on the playground. So we have a struct handle, and we have for handle function get self is going to return std cell ref to I don't know, an integer, for example, right? So and then we have function main, and we have let handle to do. Then I am I don't know, struct some struct foo. Like, this is roughly what I'm doing. Is this going to not compile? This is compiling, so how is this different? Hold on. By the way, why is this in the dark color scheme and this is still bright? This is weird. Let's do the default. Level mesh. This thing does not have a lifetime. So like the temporary is the part of the expression at the end of the block. Yeah, so like this this temporary that I'm creating, right? Group get. This is part of this expression of me constructing self. Which makes sense. So this means that I'm going to drop this temporary only after I'm constructing the self. Why does that mean that I am using it for too long? This is weird because like isn't it still going to be dropped before the group is dropped? I know how to fix it, but I want to understand this error messages. Like, I don't think I have seen this before. Let me try minimize this. Okay, let's see. We have like the game state that we are constructing, right? Over here, I'm having the handle, and then I'm constructing self, where, like X is something that uses the reference to handle get. Like this. Is this the same? This is not the same. How do I make the same error message? With a minimized example. Over here is the same shit. Why am I not having the error message in the other? In the playground. Level end of the block. Consider forcing this temporary to be dropped sooner before the block's local variables are dropped. So like what they are telling me is that if I do this, let result be this, and then I return the result, and I don't have this this error message. Like this is just working then. But that doesn't make sense, because the temporaries that I construct to return a value from a block, they should be, so like, they should be dropped before any locals, no? Hello, Vas. How are you doing? I hit something weird here. I'm trying to minimize the example. But it doesn't work on my minimized example for some reason. So I have the error message. Have you seen this before? I'm constructing a temporary when I am as a part of the expression at the end of the block. And it says that the thing that this temporary is being constructed from does not live long enough. This is so weird. Why am I not having the same error message here? Because I'm returning from this block this expression, and this temporary is being the, which is the this type. This temporary is also going to be dropped, right? While still having a reference to the handle. How is that different than my code? Is it because it is async? Hold on. Is it because it is async? Async function new. No. Is not it. Okay, what is the error? Again. What is this error? Temporary part of the expression of the end of the block. What if I search for this? Why is temporary is part of the expression of the end of the block an error? This is likely a textbook case of me not understanding some of the technicalities of the board checker. This is essentially the same answer as why do I get does not live long enough in the return value. And it's somewhat explained in the error itself, but I'll elaborate. This behavior is the same as a normal block expression. Example does not live long enough. Yes. Because, what the fuck? Hold on. The scope of temporary values is often the statement in which they are created. So when you are returning something from this thing, this makes this temporary, specifically like the iterator that I'm creating here, right? This iterator is going to be dropped. No, hold on. Which temporary is it in this example? Scope of temporary values is often the statement in which they were created. In the code above example is a variable and it is destroyed at the end of the block. However, example iter creates the temporary iterator. Okay, yes. For the full lat foo scope. Yes. I see. But it makes less sense when you are inside a function, because the scopes are exactly the same. How have I never hit this before? Or maybe I did, but I don't remember this. I have been hitting the issue that the temporaries, they don't live long enough. The temporaries. And in this case, the temporary lives too long. Fine. That group is group. Yet. Just do this. Right? I construct this temporary beforehand. And then same here. Level is level get. Just like that. Group. I will need the group though. Hold on. What happens if I will enclose this like that? What is the lifetime of this temporary? It still is the entire self-expression, right? In the lifetime of the temporary is the statement, right? And in this case, it is the return statement, so this doesn't make any difference. Unless I can like fix it a different way. So like mesh is this, and then return the mesh from inside. This means that this temporary is going to be created only for the duration of this statement, and then we're not going to have the errors. All right, fine. But still, I don't like this. All right, let's fix the remaining errors. I'm going to draw here using the group. So I need to have self group get. So I need to have the group, the handle levels handle to the group like that. Let me make it a group handle maybe. Okay. I will have the group inside my game state. Cache clone is not satisfied. Okay, this is going to be ref counted. Sure. Let me do this so that cloning the context is simpler and easier. Over here, I need an await. Yeah. This is going to be the location. Okay, is this all? This might be all. Okay, now we have the missing to-dos. Because we're going to panic now. Because I have not implemented the loading of the levels and the groups. So yeah. In order to load the level, this is going to be cached. That's why I called it cache, because we're going to be caching the loading. Levels is going to be hash map from location into handle to the level, and groups is going to be a hash map from group name into handle to the group. Load group. Is this actually used? Yeah, I guess it actually is used. Fine. Group. Self. Groups. Entry. Going to match. Entry for the group. When using the entry API, can you... I mean, you have to provide the value here. Seems a little inefficient, so... But, alright. I guess I could instead do... If self groups doesn't contain the key, the group, then I have to load it, and then I do self groups group clone. So these are the handles. Handles should be clonable. So in this case, I'm actually going to be loading it properly. So in order to load the group, how did it go in? Hello, hello, hello. Doing pretty well. How are you? Doing a little bit of the refactoring in the game right now. Trying to abstract the loading of the levels and caching the loading of the levels and the groups of levels in our game. So yeah, specifically our group can potentially have the overridden tile set. That is the one property that we have already. We're going to add another one. What kind of puzzle? We're working on the link cider, the same that we were working on before. Or was that not your question? Today we don't have anything special. We're not working on an effect system. We're not working with continuations. It's just regular Rust code. Working on a game, you know? Nothing too nerdy. I'm going to make our levels as like specific groups of levels. We want to have a different background. They already can have a different tile set for we can already have a different tile set for a group of levels, but I'm before adding a custom background to the groups, I want to refactor this a little bit. Regular Rust code is bursting your aneurysm. What does this mean? Bursting. They're okay. I need something nerdy to feel healthy. It's okay. It's okay. I played Factorio earlier today. A heavily modded Factorio. That was pretty nerdy. I already did this earlier today, so I can do a little bit of like regular like Rust code. You know. Hello, I am emo. Are you emo? I am Kuvi. Okay, so override tile set. Override tile set. Right? Let me just no. Let me not do that. So one of the things that our groups are going to have is the config. Config, group, config. Group config, what is this? Derive deserialized. This is going to be deserialized group config, right? Specifically for this one, I'm doing override tile set is this, right? So override tile set is an optional path buff. Yes. Factorio sounds like fuck. Victoria? Well, maybe. Have you never played Factorio yourself? Are you playing the games at all? Factorio is like one of the best games ever. If you are looking for a game to play, I could suggest this one. You play very little. It's more. It's like a game for programmers, kind of. You do like sometimes we do spaghetti code, and sometimes we do a spaghetti factory in Factorio. It's kind of similar to programming that game. Play Satisfactory instead because you like your silly 3D graphics? I never played Satisfactory. Is it actually good? Have you played Factorio though? From what I have seen, I have not seen very much of Satisfactory, but from what I have seen, Factorio is a better game.
Hello?
Hello, Nerdsoul. You played the demo of Factorio? Is this Factorio propaganda happening here? Yeah, we have already convinced everyone to use Rust, so now we need to convince everyone to play Factorio. Right? How are you doing, Nerdsoul? I was asking Icy earlier today if you guys want to work or not on the better and improved version of the Close to Light, since you did so well in the gem. You do want? You probably should, I think. You are humanity's last hope. Yeah, but doesn't it give you the opportunity to work on music? Like, you were really hyped about it when the game idea turned out to be the rhythm game. So I'm assuming you don't do it a lot, and that gives you the reason to do it and practice in it, right? What is this game? What is this? What the fuck? I don't understand. What is this? What am I looking at? I guess it's a puzzle game. You don't get it, but you're intrigued. I don't know. Honestly, if I was... I don't know. It did not get me very intrigued, that trailer. It is too confusing. I'm not even sure what is the genre of this game when I was looking at the trailer. But since he said that it is a puzzler, it is a puzzle game, I'm assuming. This genre is 3D Lemmings. I even barely remember Lemmings. I know that I have seen it before. But I don't remember much. I saw the string found handle group. Alright. Load group. This should be group name. Group name. There you go. Group. We're constructing the group here with the config. Okay. Config is going to be file load from the group name. So where should it be? Group directory, I guess. Group directory for the group name. Join group YAML. So I'm going to load the toml file inside the group. Unwrap, obviously, the best error handling. So now we have this thing, and then override tileset is going to be config override tileset as ref map. Oh, I cannot do a map. Can I? I mean, I can. So inside the map over here, I want to like do some async operation. And this is annoying in Rust. How would you write it? So over here, I need to like, over here, it's basically the path, and I want to load path await. This is impossible. An option of future does not implement future, right? Yeah, we need to map async. There's an option future though. Like in this specific scenario, I think this one can be used. So that is one of the ways of doing this. But yeah. This is not a problem if we have effects though. Yeah, true. Option future. Future option future from this dot await. Right, the RFC for the effect system. I think it's going to take like at least 10 years to implement, so I would, instead of writing an RFC, just write my own language at this point. I think I do not believe it's going to be in Rust anytime soon. In the next 10 years, it's not going to be there. That's like for sure. I can see it being like there at some point, but not in 10 years. But at that point, there's probably going to be a new language anyway. Just fork Rust and make it. I would go and try make the language from scratch instead, I think. So I want to just figure out the minimum that is required in order to make the language. So I think actually the minimum required thing is that delimited continuations that we have worked on. So like the effect system can be built on top of the delimited continuations, I think. But the effect system is basically a syntactic sugar on top of that. But there are some things that I need to still realize. Anyway, my priority is making the game and not making the language, so I'm going to stick with Rust for now. Will Glitch But Small be part of the gang? I don't know. Is Glitch But Small even making games, or are you just a Rust developer? What kind of software are you making? Just web servers? Backend stuff? So config is a group config. Over here I have the path. And I'm going to do, this is going to be the group directory. And over here, I'm doing group directory join path. And I'm loading the tile set from there. So I'm going to do self asset manager load this using the default options, which means that I need to have reference to the engine here. Oh yes, and this also can fail. So where I'm going to do map result unwrap. Expect final signature. Hold on. Oh. Oh. I need to map into unwrap over here because I'm mapping the future. Right? One day I will be bored enough and start making your own language. I'm working on it. You're working on becoming bored enough. It's okay, it's okay. How about we make this game and then we work on the engine, on the language. Hey, this is not Vim. Vim is no good anyway. Most people use NeoVim these days, or there's an even better alternative, which is Helix. Let's use Helix. All right. Where was I though? Where even was I? What was I working on? I was working on levels. RS on this file. This is NeoVim. No, it is not NeoVim. This is Helix. Do I have a college degree? I'm not sure what is the alternative of college for us, but I guess I could say yes. Okay, yeah, I was working on this thing. Although technically I probably don't. Yes, with a big question mark. Yeah. But college and a university is a different thing, right? Or is it the same? No, it's not the same. Or is it? I have no idea. Does it matter if I have a degree or not? Cannot borrow self groups as mutable. Okay. So what I need here is to have the state cache state. This is going to be ref celled. Yeah, you mean university? Because you look pretty good right there with coding. I didn't finish my university. I dropped out when I was in the last year of my university. But when I was in the university, I was doing a lot of ACM, like competitive programming and stuff, so... Yeah, I'm like, whatever they were teaching me in the university, nothing of that was like useful. Most of the things that I have learned myself. Except for the like the competitive programming stuff. But that is like almost independent from the university itself. So, I don't know. In the actual classes, they teach me nothing. In the actual classes, I teach the teachers sometimes. So yeah, I don't know. This is cache state. Never went to uni, still do cryptography. I think I should have never went to uni. Like I like if I did not do competitive programming did like do a lot of good for me. I think that was that was useful. But if I didn't do that, I would say that like I wouldn't go there. Like math is useful. Yes, math is useful. But even math, I was mostly learning on like I wouldn't say on my own, like linear algebra. I knew it because I was doing game development, you know. Before they teached me this, I already knew a lot of things, right? I guess some other things like doing integrals and shit. But am I doing this right now? Am I when is the last time I did calculate the integrals? It was interesting stuff, yes, but I don't know. It still is not very useful. Functional programming is cool and I love it. Functional programming is cool. Delimited continuations. We literally did delimited continuations in Rust. Functional programming is cool. The thing that I don't like about functional programming, like all those functional programming languages, they have a lot of good features, but they miss the some of the features of the regular programming languages, like the mutability. Instead, they're trying to like come up with this like other ways of being efficient. But I just I don't know. I don't like it. So like we were looking into the Coca programming language. They have this thing that is called functional but in place. And so like you can do your programming like in a functional style where you have, well, like in a functional style in a sense that you don't have mutability. So like instead of mutating the value, you return the new value, and like they do it in a way where they can turn it into an in-place operation, so it is still fast. But like just writing code this way is cool sometimes, but it is also annoying. The specific examples that I give of mutating the tree, they are just so much simpler if you write them in the imperative style, you know? So like functional programming is one of the tools, and I want to have both tools, you know? I want to have both things from like like Rust is kind of in the middle of the functional programming and regular programming because it introduced these things like traits, which before I think only existed in the functional programming, right? And algebraic data types, that is the thing that was also just only in the functional programming for a long time. Only now it's starting to get into mainstream languages. And the effect systems, I want those without it being like function. Like I want functional, but I want to also like, for some reason functional is synonym for no mutation. Why? I want to have functions and I want to have mutations. Functional programming versus OOP. OOP is also a tool. OOP, like, I think is even less useful tool than, like, if you only have object-oriented programming, it's worse than having only functional. But yes, it is another tool that is sometimes useful, very rarely though. Do you use one thread for physics loops and another for rendering? No, I don't. Everything happening on the one thread for me. I don't care much. I'm not making a AAA game. I'm not trying to be super efficient. I'm using Rust not because it is a fast language, but because it allows me to do high-level constructs. I don't care about performance. I'm doing a single. My engine is single-threaded. I could work on it to make it work with multiple threads, but I don't care much. Also, when compiling for the web, the WebAssembly is getting threads kind of soon, but it is weird, and I don't like the way it can be done right now with the workers. So I wanted to bump my game to 120 FPS, but it looks like I'm not smart enough. Well, what is eating most of your FPSs? Because the usually when I have the FPS problem is because my rendering uh is done inefficiently. Like, and usually all it takes for me is to, instead of doing 100 draw calls, I need to do one draw call. Like, instancing is usually what lets me go from 10 FPS to 1000. Okay, hold on. I'm doing something here, right? What am I doing? Load groups. This should not be even a ref cell, should it? I guess because it's because I'm in a single-threaded world, it can be a ref cell. Okay, fine. Well, actually, no. Because this is an async operation. I think I need to do a mutex here. Let's do mutex. Hold on, I want an async mutex specifically. Is there async mutex create without the Tokyo runtime dependency? VSync is causing havoc. The system always caps at 60 FPS, and it seems like I definitely need to use 2 threads.
Hello, bad cop.
Hello, bad cop.
Hello, bad cop.
Well, what are you using with WGPU? Or is WGPU the thing that is doing this V-syncing? I'm not sure. I'm not using WGPU. I'm still on OpenGL. But there should be examples of how to turn V-sync off, I guess, somewhere. Git commit hello Davy. All right, you're making me commit the unworking code though. Lazy Git. Yeah, I'm also using Helix right now. See, it is not Vim. It is a better thing. He's using Helix. He's evolving. All right, maybe it's enough Helix for today. I did it for a little bit. Let's go back to VS Code. VS Code is still better, I think. Helix is nice, but I think I still like VS Code. How does Rust compare to C++? It's the same thing, but without the unsafety, like with controlled unsafety, I guess. So you cannot do undefined behavior that easy. And it makes you write code that is easier. I mean, it's harder to make a mistake in Rust than it is in C++. So I would not use C++ for anything new. Okay, I want to have a mutex that is an async mutex. I thought I had it, but I guess not. I mean, I thought I had it in my prelude already. Use the async lock. I found also the async mutex. Is this different? Which one is better? Async lock. Async lock has more stuff, probably. Maybe not only the mutex, also the read-write lock, semaphores, and barriers, right? Fine. Let's do this one. The founder of small. Oh, small is nice, by the way. I think I heard that they are going to release the version 2 soon. I don't like Tokyo too much. I think small is nicer and better. One of the things that is different in small versus Tokyo, from what I remember, if you spawn a task, then and then you drop it, it's going to be cancelled automatically in small, but it's just going to be like it's just going to continue running if you spawn a task on Tokyo. Like canceling tasks is easier, I think. Among other nice features. I like how they have all of these very, very small crates. I'm using some of them, like the async executor I'm using directly, for example. Nice crate. I think they also use that. I'm multi-threaded 8 years ago. I've been living easy life on a single thread. I am living the easy life on the single thread myself, yeah. And it's working nicely. I'm working on my like my monitor, which has 144 hertz and no problems. I don't know. If I disable the VSync, I think in the kind of games that I'm making, I am hitting like 500 FPS. Even although I'm not doing any multi-threading. We used to have a lot of these small crates thing, but people complain about too many dependencies. Yeah, I think this is yeah. People have complained about too many dependencies. Like I see over here, if I see is in chat, when they worked on the game, he tried Rust for the first time, and it required compiling 400 crates for my. How many do we have? Crates here, right? 476 crates is in my dependency list right now. It's because they're so small. And also, like, I split my own engine, and my own engine is consisting of more than 30 crates. I don't know, it makes sense to split things. Makes it more reusable. It's nice. Why do people complain about it? I don't really get it. Did you guys hear the news? It's crazy. 3 times FPS for free. Gaming is a cool world. Recently, AMD publicized FSR3. FSR3? What is this? Superset containing AMD's latest FSR upscaling. Upscaling? With fluid motion, frames, and anti-lag technology. So this means that you're going to render your game into a lower resolution and then upscale it. And then using AI, they're going to sharpen the image probably so it looks not too bad. Is that the technology? Without me looking into it. Async lock. Utex. Yeah, look at this. Because I'm in VS Code, I didn't have to restart my language server since I have added a new dependency. If I was working in Helix or Vim, this would not be auto-completing because they don't restart automatically when my dependencies change. I was astounded. How can it 3 times the FPS when the physics run too slow? Well, because most of the current games, they are like the bottleneck is the graphics in most of the games that you play, I guess, these days. I was looking a little bit into this new Starfield game that was just released. Did you guys see it? So what it looks like to me is that it is the same game that they had 20 years ago, which was called Morrowind, but with the new graphics. So that's why you can triple boost the FPS in the game, because the logic of the game is still the same, but it's only the rendering that is evolving over time. And it is still the old shitty game from 2000, almost the last century. That's my opinion, though. Starfield Pog. I don't know. It didn't look Pog to me. Like, Celeste is a better game. You know what I mean? It says a lot. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Factorio is a much better game, but okay, hold on. Let me write a little bit of code. So I'm doing this loading. This thing. All right. Nice. Unwrap. Perfect. So this is me loading a group, and a group is something that has the tile set in it. All right. Nice. And then in order to load the level, hello Arya. How are you doing? Okay, so I'm going to load the level here, right? Let mute state is self state log wait. If not, state levels contains key location. So the reason is because this is not hashable. Partial equality, and hash. There you go. If we don't contain this key, then level view state levels insert location clone level state levels location clone. All right. So in order to load the level, we need to do level load from file, await unwrap, and the file here is going to be level path. Group name is location group. Location level. And that is it, right? And I need to make a handle. There you go. There you go. Hey guys, do you want to check out my bicycle FPS upgrade? Oh, bicycle FPS. Hold on. What is a bicycle FPS? Are you the dude who made the mono bike game? The Vorian one? Or no? Wait, no. What is the bicycle? I don't think I have seen it before, right? Okay. I mean, make sure that what I did is working, because I think I made it work. No, I did not make it work. Hold on. We're panicking. Because could not open levels 1, stage 1, group toggle. Yeah, okay. So, make sure that you have a toml file in every group, Davey. I mean, I'm just going to commit those, the empty ones at least. Group toml in every single group. This one is just going to be empty, so I'm just going to have empty files here. In all the groups. Test. Whip. There you go. And now it should be working. Okay, nice. It's not going to work with the level editor, so the next thing is to make it compile with the editors. Alright, let's check out your game. So this is made in Rust, in WGPU. This game should not run faster. Your physics is running dependent on the frame rate. My monitor is a 144 Hz monitor, which is why I am running over here faster than I'm running on your screen. So you're updating physics. You should update your physics independent of the frame rate, so that it works the same on all the monitors. What are you using for physics? Did you write it yourself, or are you using like the Rapier? Yeah, you assumed it runs at 60 FPS. Yeah, you just should never assume it, because even if you try to make a game that like you are assuming for 60 FPS, sometimes like PC lags a little bit, right? And one frame, like, I don't know, you should never assume an FPS, I think. Never. Fallout 76. Are they still making this? So, like in Fallout 76, you are also moving faster if you have a faster monitor? Is that how it worked? Oh shit. Well, I knew that it is not a very well made game. Same as Starfield. Starfield looks like shit. They're still using the same engine for all the games, right? Making the games the same way. They only update the graphics. What, Davey? You like Starfield? Look at the floor and start walking, and you used to move at max speed. I really like doing a bit of collision detection in physics myself. It's not hard. Yeah, I'm using physics myself all the time too. I only tried to do it once with the Rapier when we made this game originally for the Game Jam in Bevy. But I'm doing my own physics all the time. It's not hard. Especially what you have is just the circles. It is so easy. Okay. Can I make my Rust analyzer do cargo check with all the features? Command cargo check. So I just do Clippy all features, or is there all features setting? Rustline check features. Set to all to pass all features. All. There you go. Гордиенко, привет. I got ideas from box to the author PDF files. Lol. I think I remember one of the things that I have been reading is if you guys remember the N game, N++, do you remember this one? So they have written an article somewhere. And the video game. Physics. And tutorial A. This one, I think, is pretty nice. An interactive tutorial on doing the collision detection, separating axis theorem, and shit like that. I remember this one being an interactive tutorial too. Is it not like loading? Highlight B is not defined. Okay, this broke, I think, over the years. Or something. Looks like it's not working anymore. Maybe it doesn't work in Firefox. Okay, why does not Rust Analyzer report me the errors? Because I want to check with all the features, right? Source librs. Running cargo check. Why do I not have the errors here? Because I literally specified that I should use all the features. Rust features. This should set to all to pass all features to cargo. And I literally... Wait! Cargo features and check features. These are different things. Hold on. There's check features, list of features to activate. How is this setting different from this setting in the Rust Analyzer, huh? Okay, fine. Let's set this to all. Restart. You have never seen a PC that has refresh rate more than 60 Hz? Really? It's really cool, especially like if you are playing games like Counter-Strike, for example. Having a high refresh rate monitor is really good. You should try it yourself. I think it's not so important when all you're doing is just programming or watching videos. But if you're playing games, it looks so much better. 60 FPS is like slow mode. Even my other monitor is not 60 Hz, it's 75 Hz instead. Your programming experience is smooth? Well, I mean, my VS Code experience is smoother because I have smooth scrolling in my VS Code. In Helix, you don't have this. You don't have it. Your Helix is not utilizing the 144 Hz nerd, so you are lying to me. If I was if I was to use Neovite, then I would see all of the 144 Hz because of the animation and the animated cursor. Yes. But since you're using Helix, why is the Rust Analyzer still not seeing my features? Can you explain this to me? Did I make the settings incorrect? There are errors in my code if I try running it with all the features. Cargo check all features. This is what I want, to have these errors. I only have the warnings. You don't know you don't use VS Code? Maybe it's because I set it to Clippy instead of being cargo check, so it doesn't like add these things automatically. Should I just do Clippy all features? Is this what I should do? So if I go into the editor, hold on. Do I have like auto-completion here? I do. So this should work, and there are some errors that are supposed to be here. Like the error messages and auto-completion, they work completely separately, right? Cargo Clippy works completely separately from the Rust Analyzer. Where are my errors? I don't understand this. Restart the server. If I restart it, is it going to be better? No. You just added to the cargo feature settings and it worked for you. You had to restart the LSP. I have restarted it multiple times. I literally have listed this in all of the settings, features in the Rust Analyzer. I set this to all. I set that to all. Inside over here I have all features. Why does it not work still? Rust Analyzer. Rust language server. Can I see what am I running when I'm doing Clippy? What is the command that I'm running? Where is my logs? The Rust Analyzer, the language server itself, doesn't even have the output. How do I see the output of the Rust Analyzer? Huh? Just restart VS Code or something? Is that the problem, you think? Reload the window? Or just restart completely? Now I'm missing a dynamic library. What the fuck is this? Proc macro not expanded. Proc macro crate is missing the dynamic library. Because it was building, right? Okay, now it is built. And I still don't have my errors. What did I do wrong? I don't get it. Hold on. VS Code settings. No. I want my VS Code to report me the errors. I don't understand. Use VS Code over near Vim. Okay, fine. Let's close this. Let's open Vim. Is it going to work in Vim? Let's see. Rust Analyzer thinking. It is not. Hold on. How do I change this in Vim? Vim also only lists the thing, but I never configured my Rust Analyzer to use the all features in Vim. Hold on. How do you configure this? I don't think I have it in parameters. It can have parameters in the check command thing. The VS Code. There's another editor, Labs, and it's also lightning fast. I tried it. It is very bad. It's lightning fast because it has 0 features. It's like Vim without plugins is also lightning fast. I mean, pretty fast. But it is completely unusable then. Hold on, I need to go to my NeoVim configuration. Check. Okay, I want this to be Clippy also, right? Rust tools is what I'm using for Vim. How do you configure this stuff? To use Clippy and to use all features. Ow. No? I cannot even find Clippy in this README, really? Server setup. Labs is written in Rust, which is pretty cool. Well, Helix is also written in Rust. Helix is better than Labs. How do I configure this thing? Server. All the options sent to the nvim lsp config. Oh, so this is like just to nvim lsp config. So we need to go and see over here. And then we need to see docs for extra settings. How do I set it to Clippy? What the fuck? How, like, why don't they even have the example? Anyone uses Vim? I can only disable the diagnostics here. Okay, Rust Analyzer, check targets. Settings. Rust Analyzer, diagnostics. Where am I supposed to put this if I am here? Server. Check targets. Oh, I have it so that I'm checking the code for the web too. That is nice. I guess so. This is the Rust Analyzer settings. So this is literally from the settings of the Rust Analyzer, right? Check targets. Yeah, this thing. So what I want is to have check command, right? This is the by default check. Check command should be check command. Oh wait, hold on. I have the auto completion here. How did it know that I can do a command here? Whatever auto completion I'm using here. Where did it figure out that I can do the command, that it is the property of this thing? No idea. Command is Clippy. Okay, and then we need to do all the targets, right? Somehow. Targets. Check targets. No, features. Features. List of features. Set this to all. Cargo features. So there's cargo features, and then there's also check features. Defaults to cargo features. Oh, I see. So you can have a different check features. By default, it's cargo features. Okay, so that's probably the same as in VS Code. Okay, so shit. I'm trying to do the I'm trying to do the Helix commands now instead of Vim. Cargo features is all, right? Something like that. Neo Vim Rust Analyzer Clippy all features. Okay, I should do the same in Helix, right? In Helix we only have it set to use Clippy. I still only have the warnings. Well, look, hold on. I still only have the warnings. Is it a problem with Rust Analyzer? How? So I did it. There is no way I configured both NeoVim and VS Code wrong. Oh wait, hold on. No such field. Code is inactive due to CFG directive. Feature editor is disabled. See? Huh? Also, where is this error coming from? Cargo check. Cargo Clippy is what we should have, right? And there's a lot of errors. Oh wait, there's not. Yeah, there is not. There's only errors if we do all features. Then we have errors. Yes. Where is this error coming from? No such field. Is it when I'm... What does it even mean, no such field? If this error is on a line where I'm defining the field. What? Now my Rust Analyzer is reporting the errors that don't exist in my code. Unless they are for the target web, for the unknown wasm. No. Wait, I am checking from scratch, meaning that my Rust Analyzer didn't even run this, even although in the configuration I literally set it to run for both targets. Hold on, my configuration is wrong, is what this means. I'm doing regular cargo check, still. Not even Clippy here. So this is wrong? Or what? What should I do here? Rust tools. Give me an example of configuring my Rust Analyzer. All these ops are sent to lnvim lsp config, so everything I pass to the server. Server standalone is true. Standalone is true. Docs for extra settings. Standalone. Where is standalone even documented? What does standalone mean? Standalone. New VM Rust tools set to Clippy. Check command is Clippy. So I did that, but I did it in the wrong thing. I'm using Rust tools specifically. Rust tools, issues, Clippy. Is there an example? Why is the documentation so bad here, or am I being bad at like understanding what is happening here? If only Vim used a language that is not a dynamically typed language. I hate dynamically typed languages. Like, how am I supposed to configure my Vim if it is dynamically typed? It relies on the documentation then, and the documentation is always bad. Where should I be looking at? I have no idea. Well, I'm probably going to just like fix it and then go back to VS Code, but now I need to know how to fix it. So what does this mean? Standalone is true. Standalone file support. Setting this to false may improve startup time. What does it mean standalone is true? Because this standalone is not documented anywhere. Because they are linking me to this over here, right? So I'm following this link, and there's nothing about a standalone there. Why do I need to know? Well, because I want my my stuff to run Clippy with all features instead of doing cargo check. I want it to run cargo Clippy, right? With all features. But I'm not going to use it. I don't know. I'm switching the editors to see if like something work in one editor than in another, right? I'm not sure why. I am switching editors every 5 minutes. But I want to fix my configuration for Vim now. Standalone is literally is only there about the PHP actor. I'm not using PHP actor. PHP actor and Ruby LS. I'm not using Ruby either. Standalone. Nothing about standalone here. How am I supposed to am I supposed to guess? What does this mean? All the options to send to nvim lsp config. These override the defaults set by Rust tools. But where exactly are you sending them? Can you tell me exactly where you're sending them, or like to like what should it be here? Standalone is true. Like, is there a setting in nvim lsp config to be standalone? Control F, standalone. There is nothing here. Wiki. Hold on. Search standalone. Standalone is true. Literally no one does that in nvim lsp config. Only the Rust tool is doing this. There is no such thing, such configuration in the Rust Analyzer either. Standalone. No such thing. What does this mean? Where did they come this from? Standalone file support. The better the coder, the worse the documentation. They even have the comments here, and I don't get it. Standalone file support. So like, you are sending all the options here to the nvim lsp config, but this standalone option is still your own option, because I don't find any documentation about this in nvim lsp config or in Rust Analyzer options, because this is supposed to be Rust Analyzer options, but Rust Analyzer options don't have a standalone option. So like, what does this even mean? Standalone. Am I stupid? I just Google standalone file NLSP. It means non-project single RS file. But why don't I? Why can I not find it in the documentation of the? Okay, hold on. NVim ls NVim cmp standalone. No. It's, hold on. You're saying it is in LSP standalone file LSP. Like, how am I supposed to get that this like option exists? How am I supposed to like get it from Google? Google is my only go-to definition source. Standalone LSP. How am I supposed to know that this is the same standalone and as the other standalone? Issues with starting Rust Analyzer LSP on standalone files. Yes, but are you sure that this is exactly what it means? How am I supposed to know that? NeoVim LSP standalone. Is it like a built-in into the NeoVim? Where is it defined, this configuration option? This is so annoying. Vim is literally the worst. I'm deleting this. Let's go back to VS Code. No, let's go to Helix. No, let's go to VS Code. This is when you submit a question to the developer? No. I ignore and I uninstall Vim. That is what happens. Okay, but my VS Code is also not working. Well done. How do I fix my VS Code Rust Analyzer to do all the features in my... And what is the Clippy command? Hold on. Let me... You know what? Let me create like a very small project. Projects. Cargo new. New. Small. Oh shit, why am I downloading cargo? Should I have cargo installed in my system instead of using Nix all the time? Okay, let's do here. I'm going to have here features. I don't know. Feature. Right? Something like this. And I'm going to have in my main here CFG feature is this. So yeah, as you can see, this is not enabled. What if I try and open VS Code here? VS Code is also... Wait. Now I want to open VS Code here specifically. By the way, VS Code isn't even telling me that this code is inactive. Isn't it supposed to also gray this out and say that this is inactive? No problems detected in the workspace? Really? Hold on, I failed to find the sys root for cargo toml. Is Rust source installed? Why is my Rust analyzer not working well? Hmm? What if I restart it? Failed to spawn one of more proc macro servers? Huh? I do this. What am I even doing? Rust SRC is something that needs to be enabled here. Like this. And then we have the very good Nix error messages. Dependency is not a valid type. Override. Oh, it's because I need to do this, of course. Okay. Rust Analyzer is working. Yeah, Rust Analyzer is not saying as Vim that this code is inactive, by the way. Can I make it say it? My Rust Analyzer is not reporting the problems, though. So it's not working with all the features as it's supposed to. Rust Analyzer features. Cargo features. Cargo features is all. Check features is defaulting to cargo features, so this can be deleted. Check on save command is Clippy. Is this a different one? Clippy all targets. Check command. Check. How do I make it work? Hold on. How do I make a warning that is only available on Clippy? What is the only Clippy lint? How do I test it? Clippy. Rust Clippy. What is the example? Clippy example. There's no examples in the Clippy README. Wonderful. But I can take a look at the list of all the lints. All right. What is something that is worn by default? I think something is format. Hello? Right? I think this is a warning in Clippy, if I remember. No, it's not. Wait. Isn't it supposed to like tell me that I should write hello here instead? Or is it in format only, not in println? Okay. Yes, useless use of format. Oh, okay, useless format. I found one. Why do I need to like guess it? Why don't they provide the example? Why is all the readmes so bad? Okay. We have a useless. This is a Clippy only warning. So how do I make this warning appear in my problem list? Wait, they do? Do they? Did I look bad? Clippy. Rust. Rust Clippy master index HTML. That's a different thing though, right? How do I go there from the like I am at the README. I'm at the repository. I'm supposed to go instead into the Clippy lints. Wait, what is it? No. I have been here. But this, like, I want an example of a code, right? I guess you have examples for every specific thing. Like, I was just trying to test if my Rust analyzer is using Clippy instead of using check. So, like, I was trying to come up with an example. Okay, anyway, I have an example and it's not using Clippy yet. How do I make it use Clippy? Why is it not using Clippy? If I have it set to Clippy. It literally is not running Clippy. Even although it says set to Clippy, what the fuck? Cargo, check. It is like completely ignoring my settings. Is it not? Hold on. I only have unknown words. Class path is unknown. That is even in a different file, yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Show warnings. Yeah. Everything is checked. Everything is going to be is supposed to be shown. How do I set up my Clippy? What is wrong? Do you understand? Where should I look? My check command is literally set to Clippy and it's not doing Clippy. And that is why kids always avoid VS Code. Alright, let's go to NeoVim over here. Look at this. I am inside the NeoVim. How do I make my NeoVim use Clippy? Because it also is not doing that. NeoVim. Source, main. Rust analyzer is indexing. Let's give it a little bit of time. There you go. It says that code is inactive. I literally have just configured it to use Clippy and to use all features. Right? If I do cargo, check, it doesn't do anything. If I do Clippy, then it says it, right? And this thing, because it's not showing me the thing here, it means that it's not running Clippy. It does work in Helix though, right? So like that is why we use Helix, because Clippy only works in Helix, really, because I can only configure my language server in Helix, and in the other editors the configuration options, they don't work. It's supposed to work in all, right? Helix has the most sane config. How do I, like, I don't know. Am I using the wrong config or something? Let's just do cat home config neovim. Hold on. Home. Where's the neovim config even? Isn't it in config neovim? I feel like this is the old one. This one is not even used. No, Helix is in the config. Is neovim in local? Neovim help. Oh, you're trying to like that. Yeah. Let's make sure that it works in Helix first, though. Then, right? Let me make sure that it works in Helix first. So what am I supposed to do here? Wait, where am I even saying that this should use Clippy? Helix languages over here inside the languages. We do, yeah, we literally do check command is Clippy, and then we do cargo features is all, right? So this is what I want in my Helix, but it should all it should already be running Clippy for me, right? Helix. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so in Helix, I have this warning. This is showing. Helix configuration actually works. Why does NeoVim configuration doesn't work? I can make Helix use all the features too, right? Helix use all cargo features. This should work. And this one is, it's saying that this is inactive. because this is disabled, right? When I switch, yeah, so yeah, now this feature is actually enabled. This is what I want in my other editors, right? If I'm not working in Helix. Okay. Helix definitely works. What's wrong with Vim? Where is the NeoVim config? Help config. Config NeoVim init Lua. Right? Oh, because my NeoVim configuration is on the system level. Right? So it is I think it is somewhere over here, my configuration. No? Where's my configuration? I'm not sure. It is set up using Nix. Hold on, how do I have it set up? NeoVim. Programs NeoVim. Oh, I'm making my own Vim plugin. That's how it's working in Vim. In Nix. I can check at runtime. Can I check at runtime the configuration of the things? Okay. What do I check? How do I check it? Google it. NeoVim. Where? I mean, my configuration is done using a plugin that I'm loading. That's how it's working, because that's apparently how I Google they do it in Nix. So it's like my configuration is one of my plugins. Plugins. Not sure. Hold on. I mean, my configuration definitely like is working. Maybe it should be like options inside here, but where is the documentation for it anyway? Rust tools example. Rust and NeoVim. Let's take a look at this. Rust tools setup server. They're only setting up the server, and other than that, they're using the default. Hello RWX 99. How long am I doing this? Should I stop doing this and actually work on the game? I just want to have my errors in my editor. And right now I only have it in Helix. For whatever reason. Just use Helix, yeah. Helix also breaks sometimes, though. I mean, doesn't break, but the Rust Analyzer stops working if I forget to reload it, if I add a dependency. That's one of the things that is annoying. This article doesn't set the configuration to use Clippy. NeoVim Rust Tools Clippy. The only option is to make your own editor? Yeah. Wait, so this is how it's supposed to be. Settings equals. Hold on. Hold on. This is how you are supposed to configure NVIM LSP. You're supposed to say settings equal, right? And that's what I was not doing. NeoVim LSP config, this one, right? Yeah, I should say settings equals. Hold on. No, this is server specific settings. Hold on. What does this even mean inside LSP config? I'm setting up the Rust Analyzer inside the LSP config where the settings are. Rust Analyzer is nothing. So inside settings, I should configure the Rust Analyzer. Inside the Rust Analyzer settings, I should configure Rust Analyzer. What? Why don't they make the full example of me doing at least some configuration option? Like, how about me setting at least one option here for any language server? So am I supposed to write in my setting that watermark is sick? Yeah. Thanks. It's pretty funny, right? So what am I supposed to do here? I'm supposed to write settings equal to this, right? Or am I supposed to write settings equal to Rust Analyzer? Like, what am I supposed to write here? I have no idea. This is stupid. Server specific settings. See help LSP config setup. All right, let's see help config. Help LSP config setup. Let's see the help. Is the help going to be useful? Can I make the help full screen, by the way, instead of like having this empty window in the bottom? Like, how do I make this bigger instead of it being half the screen? If I just close the window that's at the bottom, then I'm going to quit, apparently. Should I say like close? Close. Oh yeah, close works. All right. Like, why am I supposed to go into the manual? Why don't they provide me a good example? By the way, there is no option standalone, but there is a single file support. This is a different thing. So standalone and single file support. Maybe they're not the same. Maybe they are the same. I have no idea. But there is an option that is called single file support, and we thought that standalone means single file support. Where are the settings for the language server specific settings? Settings over here. This is a table string table bool. Settings table is sent on init on this thing, the language server. Yeah, over here. Yeah. Okay, so inside the settings, when you are setting up pwrite, even although we already know that it is pwrite, we still need to say pwrite again for no reason at all. And inside this, we're having the server specific settings. So we need to have settings here, and inside settings, it's going to be Rust Analyzer. And because Rust Analyzer has a dash inside, the syntax is this, right? And this is going to be equal to that configuration. Did I do it right this time? Is that the correct way of doing this? Resize, you're not doing quitting by using Q. Hold on. I literally quit by doing Q. Okay, hopefully this is the settings that is going to work. Let's try. Let's try. In the split mode. So like if I open help, I'm in split mode. If I'm doing Q, then I'm not quitting. Yeah, but only if I am in my help actually. So what I did is I switched my window to the bottom window, right? So inside this unnamed buffer that is by default open in Vim, I do Q and it exits. Even though I'm in split mode, I have two windows open. One of them is being help. The help is quitting automatically, so I'm quitting Vim altogether when I'm doing Q. So I guess if I was vertically split with another file instead of help, then it would not quit automatically. Maybe. Okay, let's see if this is going to work now. Now it's working. Yeah, okay, so now I did it properly in NeoVim. Okay. Now I can work in NeoVim too. Cannot find my... Hold on, what? Cannot find macro format in this scope? Format is literally in the... What? What do you mean cannot find? What do you mean cannot find crate for test? What? Oh, for the WASM. Target may not be installed. I see. I see. That's strange though. I don't know. It's because I'm trying to check for the other... I'm trying to check for both the regular check and for target over here, and as you can see, cannot find crate for STD because I have not installed in this environment. It makes sense. Kind of. I don't always want to install it though. Can I make a configuration of a Vim that is specific? like I want to change my NeoVim configuration. Sometimes I want to check both targets. Sometimes I only want to check one target. How am I supposed to switch between them? Like edit the settings all the time? That is annoying though, right? So it's because I'm inside my checks, I'm checking for the Linux and for the WASM. Because when I'm working on a game, I want that. But when I'm working on some other project, I don't want that. So I want this to be like project dependent, right? This configuration here. Guess I'm going to comment this out for now. Yeah, like the way Rust Analyzer should work. So I mean, well, maybe on some projects I don't even want to do all the features. These settings, actually, I want them to be like dependent on the project that I'm working on, I think. I guess Clippy is something that I want always. Okay, for now I just disable the WASM. All right, fine. Okay, so Vim and Helix work now. What's wrong with my VS Code? So I want the same configuration to be in my VS Code. My VS Code literally has inside its settings, Rust Analyzer is being checked to Clippy. And it just does not work. Hold on, does it? How do I tell? Let X is 1, 2, 3. Let Y is X. So I do have like completion here. Does this mean that if I have completion here that this feature is actually enabled? Feature. What if I use a non-existent feature? Yeah, so if I use a non-existent feature, then actually this is being grayed out. So this means that the feature is actually, hold on. Why, so the missing, so like the features are actually activated then. The only thing is that I'm not getting the warnings from Clippy for whatever reason. Cargo Clippy should have this warning. VS Code, Rust Analyzer, use Clippy. How to use Clippy. You literally set this to Clippy. That's exactly what I did. So why does it not work? How long have I been doing this? Okay. I mean, I'm almost fixed it. Just VS Code is left. Because that's what I actually want to use most of the time. So I need to fix this one. VS Code ignoring Clippy. Rust Analyzer. Rust Analyzer, and with Clippy enabled, doesn't highlight errors. Puzzle game POG. Yeah, right now the puzzle is like I'm trying to configure my editor though, so that it shows me the warnings from Clippy. For some reason, it doesn't work. If you're interested in the game though that I'm making, then the link is over here. It was made for a game jam originally. You can play the jam version there. We're making the full version of that game. With many crates, more than or equal than 6. That's not... No. I literally have an empty project that only has a warning that is supposed to be shown by Clippy, and it is not being shown. What do I do? Rust Analyzer. Why can I not see the output of the Rust Analyzer language server, by the way? Am I not supposed to see some output here? See the client? Like, am I not supposed to see the commands that are being ran? Debug. Like, where is the command being logged that is running? That it should be in the logs of the Rust Analyzer language server. VS Code, Rust Analyzer, output is empty. VS Code Rust Analyzer seems to run but produces no output. You tried the game? Alright. I guess you didn't try it for a very long time. So you, I don't know, since you tried for literally 1 second. I guess there are some things that are shown in these GIFs. Like there are some effects that you can put on your character. That's why it's called Linksider. You're linking some side effects to your sides. The game is pretty long already, even that version that is hosted on itch. Oh. So you can enjoy playing it for a while. Those people who completed it, it took them at least an hour. Okay. What is wrong? Clippy. Clip. 10 hours then. Then put some real time into it. No, not 10 hours. Wait, did I say 10 hours? 1 hour. 1 hour. The gem version. You can play it through in 1 hour. A little more than that, depending on how good you are at solving puzzles. Seems like this settings is being completely ignored. How do I make it not being ignored? Did anyone else have this issue in VS Code? Why am I not seeing the output? This is so weird. VS Code, Rust Analyzer. Empty output. Why is it output empty? It is working. The Rust Analyzer is working. That's the different issue. Rust Analyzer, empty logs. Rust Analyzer trace server verbose. To get LSP logs in VS Code, one needs to set it rather obscure settings. This should be a command which is discoverable via a command palette. I agree. All right. Let's do this. How do I open settings in the JSON file? This. Restart Rust Analyzer. Am I going to see it now? I'm not seeing it now. What if I restart the entire thing? I still don't see any output in my Rust Analyzer. How do I see? Enable check on save. Oh, wait. It is because check on save was disabled? Who disabled it? It was always working. Now I have this. No, hold on. Now I have it. Check on save was disabled apparently. I never disabled it. Doesn't make any sense. Alright, well, okay. Looks like it's working now. Finally, I can go back on working on the game. Alright, we're working on this game. And, it's going to work now. Okay, it's indexing. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Alright, nice. So, like, these errors were invisible because I wasn't compiling with all the features before. Okay, finally. What was I even doing? Now I don't even remember. The override tile set. Yeah, okay. Now I remember. I need to have a reference to the group here. Group. Levels. Group. Handle. Group. Group clone. Instead of having the override tools tile set, I'm going to have a group, which is handle to the group. Level mesh over here. Group get. Obviously, I'm going to have the same issue with the lifetime, so this is how I fix it. Level loading. Yeah, so we don't load the levels directly anymore. Instead, we do self-context. Level cache. Load. Okay, so over here I'm trying to check if the level exists. Yes. So yeah, okay, fine. So this means that loading should return a result. Okay, fine. We return a result here. We're loading levels. Okay. And over here, we don't unwrap, we just question mark. Over here, we don't unwrap, question mark. And over here, we don't unwrap, but over here, we cannot question mark. Instead, we do a wait, and then we transpose, because we get an optional result, and we get a result option this way, and then we question mark. All right. Or here we say okay. Okay, over here we are inside the level editor. We're hitting the button to play, and we should be playing the level. So this means that I should not even have the path. I should just have the location. It's going to be levels location, right? Self location. We don't have path. Path, we don't have it. We have location instead. It's going to be the location of a level. No path. Path is not needed. Over here we save to file, but we don't. I want to instead do self context level cache. So over here we're going to have the save operation. We're going to save self saved self location. So I'm going to save a level to a location. Wait. So just as loading the levels, we should provide the ability to save the level. Level location. Okay. In order to save the level, we do level save to file. So like first of all, I need to do self, like I need to see if I have it in my cache and invalidate the cache too, right? Mute state, self state, lock. If let some handle is state levels get for the location, then handle 0 replace with level clone. So this way I change the value in the cache, right? And then I also write it to the file. Level save to file, level path. Save to file. Do location path maybe. Location. Path. Turns a path buffer. Okay. Just need to fix a little couple more errors. Date new. Did this take a reference? Await is only allowed inside async functions and blocks. So yeah, saving is now also an asynchronous operation. That makes sense, actually. Everything is async. Undo. Match arms have incompatible types. Expect, yeah, over here. Await. It's weird that the issue was on this line, but the issue is actually on that line. Location. Wait, why do I even need the location? Because I'm loading the group here, I guess. Is that the only reason? I'm not using the location here. Level location, this one can be deleted, I think. Yeah. Instead of passing location, I can pass the group directly. Which would probably be a better idea, actually. Group. group, like the handle to the group. Probably. So I don't load it anymore. I just have it already. Just clone the handle to the group. Oh, but over here I need to load it if it's not there. That's why I want. Okay, hold on. Fine. Still need the location. Oh, actually, hold on. I only need the location in one place over here. Location. That I can load it. Yeah. I guess the group is also then. Whatever. You know what? Let group be context level cache load group location group. Fine. Let's just load it every time. It's in cache anyway. All right. Continue fixing the errors. In order to draw the level, we need to pass not only the level but also the group. Self group. Yet. Like this. Okay. This file, no more errors. Now we have the world editor. The world editor is going to be hard because we are saving a bunch of things here. Okay. Save level list. All right. I think I want this API to be different. So like I have a reference to the I have a handle to the group here, right? How about I just have the ability to save it directly here? So I'm going to have the levels as a list here, right? Levels, list of level names, right? This is what I'm loading. The level list file. Levels. Load level names for the group of the name, group name. Yeah. So maybe I can like mutate this directly. How about I have some API like this? Pub function mutate. No, not mutate. Hold on. I want this method to be on a handle, I think. So if I have a handle to the level or to the group, I'm just going to mutate it in place and then automatically save it. How about this? Or no? Or do I just save manually? Let me call this specifically mutate and save self f impl fn once on the mutable t, right? So I'm going to do f add self 0 borrow mute. So I'm calling that function to mutate the value, and then I'm going to save it. So in order to know how to save though, in order to know how to save, I want to know the file where this handle came from, right? Path buff, I think. This means that this thing needs to implement the save trait. Whatever, it should not be async. Path. So yeah, basically value is this, and then we do value save into self path, right? Okay, and then we implement save for group. Okay, so we just save the path that we loaded things from. So the level we're loading from here. and the group is path is going to be the group directory, because there's multiple files there. Okay, so we have basically a reference, a handle to the group of levels, and we have a method that is called mutate and save here, and it's going to just save automatically after we call the function to mutate it. Which means that I just don't do save level list, right? I think over here the group. Well, hold on. This is weird. All of that is weird. But that was always not very good code, so I want to change this still. So, like, this is the world editor. What we can do here is we can reorder the levels, we can rename the groups, we can do a bunch of stuff. We're just doing file renaming here. I want to abstract this thing. Not good code. Who would have expected that? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just like something that can break easily if I change some things. You know, I need to remember to look that I have properly like renamed files, places, right? The level editor is okay, but the world editor is weird because when I'm reordering the levels, I'm like swapping files, you know? I mean, I'm not swapping files. Like when I'm reordering the level, I'm changing the this file, which is the list of levels in a group, right? When I'm doing some other operation, I'm working with some other file, and this is all like written here. But at the same time, like the world editor is the only thing that is interacting with the file system here, right? Like the only thing that is mutating the file system. Maybe it is okay. I still do the things the same way. So what if I just make these things back being public? Because I fixed all the other things, right? Okay. Group levels insert. I'm inserting a new level and I want to generate the preview. In order to generate the preview, we don't have the override tile set anymore. This thing should not be here. Group name levels. level. Name state preview. Whatever. In order to generate the preview and to have the access to the group. Seems like your CLI tool is actually useful but hard to use as a CLI, so you're turning it into TI. What did your tool even do? Because I tried to understand. I tried to look, but I don't think you explained it when I was there. Managing the list something. Where should I get the group here from? Group handle. Get. How about do this? Okay. Maybe I will refactor this code sometime. For now, I'm just going to add another ugly thing. So I'm going to have, I mean, it's not too ugly, but still. I'm going to have a handle to the group here inside my group. Group handle. So when I'm creating the new group, obviously, I'm just going to say that group handle. Well, I mean, hold on. I'm creating the directory here, so it should be. Yeah, so when I'm creating the new group, it means that I should. I could add each video into multiple albums. Hold on. So I have a bunch of videos and I want to classify them somehow. I could do albums, but that's not flexible enough. I could add each video into multiple albums. That would be a little better. So you want to have tags on your files, is that right? Isn't that a feature in the Mac file manager? You can put tags literally on your files or something. You have tags and a query by Boolean expressions. Okay. Can I say query again?
Query.
I say query. Did I say it differently before? Hold on. My brain. I want to finish. I have been refactoring for 3 hours, right? Still not done. Group handle get the reference. Group handle get. Oh, I need to give it a group handle directly. Okay, so I literally just give it a handle to the group. Okay.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to share with you all a few words on how I doubled my income in less than a year. Allow me to present the keys to Suckies. Key number 1, visualize Suckies. Imagine how Suckies would make you feel.
That's not how you pronounce that.
But first, you must define what Suckies means to you. Not all Suckies is the same. Women love Suckies for men.
That is true.
Film yourself getting Suckies and put it online.
Should we leave?
All right, I want to try something. Everyone pull out your peens.
What?
And write this down. Einstein, Beyonce, you and me. We all get the same 24 whores a day.
Oh my god. Do you have an extra peen? I lost mine.
Funny. We're almost at the end here, so the Suckies are near. Okay, hold on. This is going to panic right now because I'm creating the directory, but I'm not creating the files that are necessary for the group to work, which is the things. Levels, group, list file. I think I can do levels, new group, name, so that this can at least live here. New group. So I'm creating the directory here, and then we do toml serialize to. Wait, toml can only be serialized to a string, not to a writer. Okay, fine. std fs write group directory for the name join group toml. In the writing we are toml to string pretty group config. Override tile set is none, so this is how I create the new empty group. So this means that this should also implement serialize. Okay, the other file is the list of files. Save level names for the group to be level names is just an empty list. There you go. Okay. Final couple errors. Override tileset. Override tileset should not even exist. Here. Group. Load. Groups. Group handle. Do group handle level. Hold on. Self. No. Context level cache load group for the group name. Handle get is what we pass here, and over here we have handle, which is going to be the group handle. Okay, is this the last error? In order to run, no method named run found for tuple. It's the VS Code Pro. No, it's the NeoVim Pro. Hold on. Look at how professional I am at being NeoVim. No method named run found for tuple. You're so down with terminal text editors? What do you mean? This is the GUI. This is NeoVide. This is not NeoVim. It's not even terminal. I can have terminal inside my NeoVim though. NeoVide, I mean, right? You see these animations? You have this in your terminal? No, you don't. Okay, so this is apparently, I guess, because I broke my world editor even before. I think I broke it yesterday. Loading screen load. Yeah, so when I'm loading, I'm getting a tuple. So I just do .0. And then we have mismatch types here. This should be a reference. Use of expect followed by a function call. Try this, unwrap or else. Okay. Unwrap or else. Wait, what? Oh. Unwrap or else panic, of course. Use of expect followed by a function call. Now that I have enabled Clippy instead of cargo check, I have all of these warnings. Consider adding default. I can just derive default. No, I don't want to. You know what? Let me just make sure that everything works, right? Cargo run. I need to run with features editor and go into the editor. So that should also be working right now, right? You fix your FPS bug? All right. Sure, we can check it out. You like Neovide? I mean, this is just NeoVim, but instead of in terminal, it's inside the GUI, so it has the animations, the animated cursor, and smooth scrolling. I want to have Helix, but with the front end like this, and also with the support for plugins. Okay, so here's our level editor. I'm going here, and I can edit this level by doing something like this. Then I can save it. It is saved, right? I can exit. All right. I think the thing that is not supposed to work. Well, no, I did it, right? Creating the new level, the new group. I think everything should work at this point. So let me commit this. Stage 1, basic move run. This one, though, I want discarded. I don't want to change this level. Levels, cache. All right. Well, I did something. And the reason I did that is because we want to... Wait. Now I am distracted by these warnings. Hold on. How many warnings do I even have? This trouble plugin doesn't really tell me how many. I have this many files with warnings. So basically in every single file we have a warning. Okay. Okay, fine. Let me go through and fix all of them. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Did I see this properly? There is a file with 16 warnings. All right. Do I even fix this? Or do I disable Clippy so that I don't see the warnings anymore? Let's check this. I fell through the ground in your game. How do I... Okay, so one of the... Hold on, how did I go through the ground? Is it froze now? Hold on. We touched more than two joints 3. Like, why are we touching more than 2 joints 3? I don't know, but that's what we did apparently. I am lagging. Is my CPU... Oh, hold on, something is happening. It's NeoVim. I'm telling you, this is NeoVim. Hold on. How hard are we? Yes, 100% CPU. Hold on. What actually is happening? It's Vim. I'm telling you. Hold on. It is going to lag, but I want to know what exactly is it doing. What exactly is using all the CPU? Oh, it's you. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm compiling C++. But why am I compiling C++? That's a good question, right? Okay. Because Vim did something weird with my Rust analyzer. I mean, I have... Hold on. Oh, yeah, wait. No. Hold on. No. No. Hold on. Why am I compiling C++? How do you list the buffers? Buffers that I have open. No, I only have opened the files from this thing. So the only reason for this thing to compile C++ would be if I was working on my game engine, because my game engine has a crate in it that depends on some C++ stuff. But I'm not there. So this project here does not have C++ in its dependencies. Why am I compiling C++? Vim is doing something weird, like always. Last time I used Vim, we went up to using 32 gigs of RAM. This time I'm compiling C++ for no reason. Yeah, my machine is pretty fast. See, like my C++ compilation is already done. That's how fast I am. But yeah, this was weird. Well, we're going to pretend nothing happened. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Look at this. My why is my Rust and why is my Vim showing me errors from the futures utility library that this feature cannot be used on the stable release channel? Like, why? Why do I have this error message? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Vim is unusable with Rust Analyzer. It makes everything break. Let's go back to VS Code. Hold on, what is happening? Why can I not reload your web page, by the way? Why can I not even reload your web page? Did NeoVim break my my Firefox too? Can YouTube still be reloaded?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to share with you all a few words on how I doubled my income in less than a year. Allow me to present.
Does NeoVite Note show diagnostics with LSP? Yes, it does. But for whatever reason, it started a new Rust Analyzer on a different project, and that project was something in my dependencies. You know? So for some reason, it's launching Rust Analyzer more times than it's needed. It's like literally spawning thousands of Rust Analyzers for every single crate in my dependency tree. I think something like that. It's like very weird. It's not NeoVite. It's happened in my command line in terminal too. How do you turn diagnostics with NeoVite? It's a plugin for NeoVim. What do you mean? It's NeoVite is literally just NeoVim. It's the Trouble NeoVim plugin that I'm using. Trouble and Vim. This one. Hello, Infinite Coder. Snake Travel, clearly the issue here. Well, NeoVim, it's called NeoVim. The problem is with that thing, not with the Trouble plugin. Trouble plugin is what makes it obvious what the trouble is, you know? The tab needs to be closed and reopened? Why? Doesn't make any sense. You like handle the reloading of the web page? How did... Wait, what? How does this even work? Okay, nice. Nice. Okay. Still some FPS issues. You should just have you should just calculate the time that has passed since the last frame and then update your like your physics by the time that has passed since the last frame. Right? Missing documentation for a function. Huh? Wait, hold on. Why am I having the this here too? This is weird. Cargo lock. Gang. I'm using the patched version of Gang right now. Am I? Because over here I have the patch. If I'm using patches, then I'm seeing the warnings from my libraries here too, from the patched crates. Why am I having... Like, I don't want to see the warnings from the other project here. How do I only see the warnings from my project? What? I guess it's because it is a path dependency, so when you have path dependencies, it's a path dependency because I patched it, right? So when you have path dependencies, it becomes a member of the workspace. So it starts showing me the warnings for that. Because my thing is not a workspace. Oh, wait, hold on. It is a workspace. If this is a workspace, then I am still too loud. Sorry. I'll try not to be too loud. Or what? Do we want me to do this? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Isn't this is not too quiet now, right? Okay. Does this even change anything? Yeah, I think it does change everything. You want my volume to be more consistent? Well, it depends on how speaking, right? I have filters on my microphone, which is the limiter. Oh wait, it's because I have the limiter. I always added the compressor before, but this time for some reason I only added the limiter. Is this better now? Is this better now? Is this better now? Is this better now? This should be more like consistent volume now. I guess when I configured this, I misclicked and clicked on a limiter instead of a compressor. All right. Server now supports CSS floats. Are you using server as your browser or something? Hold on, server RS is not the homepage of server. Hold on. What is this? No idea what this is. Server org. Why is it server org and not server RS? What?
The CSS diversity in general, not generally worse than in. We've even made some improvements to text decoration.
Nice. Made improvements. What is this page? Animated rain effect using divs. Like using divs? HTML? That's what they use to test their browser? Hello? Oh, whatever. It's not loading for me. Okay, hold on. Rust analyzer restart. Why am I having the warnings from all the crates now? That are not even in the current workspace. Can you explain this to me? Why is the Rust analyzer? Hold on. Guess it's because if I do just cargo clippy is going to tell me the warnings in the crates that I'm depending on, right? Yeah. For my path dependencies, it also is showing the warnings. This happens just happens when I patch the crates. Okay. Fine. Well, now I need to work on that, right? Now I need to work on that. Look, a feature that is not present in Helix. I can add another folder as into my workspace. Okay, fine. Let me fix the warnings. Which is why it was complaining. It was complaining to you about. You was complaining to me about warnings in the engine for a long time. Oh, okay. 17th one for you because it's server demo. Server is still pretty rough around the edges. I'm pretty sure it was loading something. It didn't. It was waiting for some connection happen, I think. Hello there. Also, apparently my examples in the engine are broken. There you go. Now I know about it. This should be a reference to the options. Recent documentation for a sleep function. Sleep for specified duration. There you go. We are adding documentation. Isn't that nice? This impl block can be derived. I don't like this warning. Hold on. What do you think about this warning? So this can be derived. But I'm not sure if I like that. Derivable impulse. Never seen that? So I'm implementing default for this, and I want this to be explicitly, when I'm looking at this code, this to be set to false explicitly. I like being explicit something. I like manual implementation better. Here. Do I just like suppress the warning here? Drivable impulse. Get that finger movement. Unused import. Async recursion. Remove all the unused imports. Unused import. And you remove all unused imports. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Why is the remove all unused imports? Only removing all the unused imports from one line. Only removing one import. Like the code action is literally called remove all the unused imports, and it's literally called not removing them all. What? That should be pedantic. Yeah. There's also the Clippy warning that I don't like. Another one is the new method without the default. What do you think about that one? These lifetimes can be elided. Why is there no code action for me to do elided lifetimes here? But okay. Do elided lifetimes. Unused import. Okay. Redundant closure. Okay. This one over here. You should consider adding default implementation. Allow Clippy new without default. I don't like this one. Have I considered what? Considered adding a default? Like, default is something that has a default value. When I'm making something, like this is the generator for the IDs, right? This is something that is supposed to like be created and then be mutated. Then it doesn't have the default state. You can like initialize it. Initializing and the default value are different things, in my opinion. This is why I don't like this. What is default? Default is the default value of a type. So for some types it makes sense. But for some it doesn't. I actually don't like the fact that like booleans have the implementation of the default and that integers have an implementation of the default and the default is 0. I don't like the defaults being 0. Like, why is it 0? Can you tell me why? Default is like, I don't know. Yeah. Default is like when I'm loading an SVG. By default, I can like load it at the resolution that is specified inside the SVG. If I want to, I can upscale it. I'm loading it and converting this into texture. No, when I'm loading a texture, by default, I'm going to use the true, we should have sum and product as new types for ints. Ola, have you heard of Holstin? The psychological survival horror game set in Erie. This one.
Kiedy słońce wstaje, wreszcie widzę znów, jak Bóg rozkłada swoje.
No, I did not hear about it. Why would I hear about it? Are you the creator of this game? I don't like lore. No, I like lore. I like lore, but I don't like games that make lore the main thing, because games are mostly not about lore, in my opinion. No, every game should have lore. It should be irrelevant. Just a good demo. This game is both first person and then isometric too. All done using 2D art, apparently. Casting raw pointers to the same type and constantness is unnecessary. Yet proc addressed, because this is already const c void, so I don't need to do an as here. Unused import c void. Fine. There's some 3D assets involved. Well, yeah, but mostly it's 2D from what I have seen. This mesh can be collapsed into the outer mesh. Can I collapse this into the outer mesh? Is there a code action to do this? No code action. This mesh can be collapsed into the outer mesh. The outer pattern can be modified to include the pattern. Yeah, I mean it can. I can just do this. We can just do this. Unused variable gamepad event. Well, this is a to-do. I guess I broke my gamepad support at some point. Copy Gorley. Suspicious use of wait. Wait a second. Oh, wait, hold on. That's a good one. Suspicious using of plus inside the add implementation. But that's because we're adding input. That's okay. One is actually right. What was the warning again? Suspicious arithmetic impl. Allow Flippy suspicious arithmetic impl. Add events. To do derive. Okay. From string can be confused with the standard method from string. Consider implementing this trait from string or choosing ls ambiguous method name. Huh? Okay. Implement from string. It is string. Ring effect. Huh? Huh? Wait, this is not even used. I don't even need this. Match expression looks like the matches macro. Allow trigger. Match expression looks like the matches macro. I don't like this lint. Flippy. Match like matches macro. Be Peter. Oh. If statement can be collapsed. Sure. One can be collapsed. Manual implementation of option map. Try this. Okay. Is Rust good for games? In my opinion, yes. But if you do that, you should be prepared to write stuff yourself. And that's what I'm doing here. I am the game that we are working on is working on top of our own custom game engine. Okay, over here, we actually found an error with Calliope. Suspicious use of plus inside the sub assign. So we are actually subtracting here, but I'm adding because I copy pasted some code, I think. Okay. All right, because I want to make a simple cooking game, you know? What kind of a cooking game? Like Overcooked or a cooking simulator? Have you made games before in other programming languages? And also if you... Yes? Well, if you did. Is your reason to learn Rust, or is your goal is to actually make a game? Because if your goal is to make a game, I would probably suggest that you just make a game instead of learning something. Because that is going to take time. Right? Better to use something that you already know, probably. Or just learn the most fluent one. Rust is good, but it requires a lot of time to get used to. So like in the beginning, you are not going to be very fluent in Rust, and you're not going to be very fluent in Rust for probably a long time. Have you done C++ before? Have you made a game in C++? How much, like... I think even although they are different languages, they require kind of the same amount of time to get used to. I'm chill in C++. Okay, well, yeah, maybe Rust is, but still is going to require some. I'm just saying that C++ is a hard language, and C and Rust is also a hard language. Casting to the same type is unnecessary. X. This is already an F32, right? Question mark operator is useless here. Question mark operator inside my derive macro. Okay, fine. But I'm deriving. Sometimes it's useless, sometimes it's not, depending on the number of arguments. So you know what? Asset derive. Hi. I feel like if you're experienced C++ developer, you can probably understand Rust concepts a lot easier. Rust taught me a lot about lifetimes. If you're an experienced C++ developer, you should know about lifetimes because they still exist in Rust, no? So Rust should not be teaching you about lifetimes. Rust is like making them encoded in the type system. No? Although technically, I mean, yeah, I didn't know about that, but I wouldn't call myself an experienced C++ developer. I did C++, but like for competitive programming, it's small programs that you write and then you delete. Okay, so here's my derive macro, and inside derive macro, I'm generating some code with some stuff, and sometimes I'm generating some wordings. So we are going to needless question mark. Needless question mark. Is sometimes going to be there. It's okay. Proc macros have changed and need to be rebuilt. Well, yeah, how about you rebuild it? Rust Analyzer. Like, can you just do this? By the way, you see this, Nerdcell? VS Code is telling me about the fact that Rust Analyzer wants to do something. If I was inside Vim, I would just be guessing what is happening and why do I not have my completion. Right? Needless question mark. What do you mean needless question mark? I literally didn't allow here, no? Am I link sidering? Well, yeah, I refactored some code in the link cider, and now we are distracted a little bit by fixing the warnings in the that we see now. But yeah, I do link sidering, but mostly it's just work that is changing nothing, which is refactoring and fixing the warnings. But yeah, I was going to do one thing today. I'm still going to do it after I fix the warning, which is I'm going to allow the level groups to have custom background. Mostly he's complaining about all the editors. Yeah, VS Code is the best out of those all, but it is still not very good. Warning is there to remind you that you are a bad programmer. At least that's how I feel about them. Well, yeah, I'm not feeling. I'm not fixing all of them, right? I'm not going to become a good programmer, right? Like these things I am ignoring. I mean, there's not only a warning. There's also a to-do comment. Also reminds me of how lazy I am. Not only that I am a bad programmer, but also that I am a lazy programmer because I have these to-do things that I never do. I don't understand. Why is this still giving me the warning? Needless question mark. Did I not spell it correctly? Needless question mark. Pretty sure I didn't. Rebuild proc macro. Why is this warning still here? What if I do cargo clean, package, gang asset, derive, and then we do cargo clippy. Question mark operator is useless here. Why? What's left in the Linksider? What do you mean? What's left to do? I think there's a lot left to do, no? One of the big things is the menus. We don't have any menus in the game right now. We literally just spawn the player inside the level, which is the level selection level, and then you just play the game. There's no menu. What's going to happen after Davey comes up with the thing? And then also some other stuff. Right now the game literally looks like this. All up to Davey. What does that mean? Oh, there's some work that I should do too. But we need to come up with the design of the menu before I start working on it, I think. So yeah, right now we don't really... The game is not really in a good state because we literally spawn over here. This is supposed to be the menu where you select the level. So like this is not designed right now as a selection screen. So our level selection screen is also like a game. And then there should be like menus when you like press escape to like, I don't know, do settings that you can change the volume of the music, whatever, like that. And then maybe couple. I mean, we probably have enough levels for the demo that we want. But for a full game, there should be a lot more levels. And new mechanics. Going to add new mechanics. I don't understand this. Why can I not... Oh, wait. Because I'm returning this here, right? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, and then this. Because I have return here. Now it all makes sense. I'm pretty sure it can be in both places. There you go. Found the problem. This should go away now. This did not go away. Oh, because I wrote it in the wrong place. Lol. Okay, finally. Oh, Davey is here. Davey is here. Okay.
Picorli. Hello.
I have a warning inside a non-existing file. Okay. Needless borrow. That is fixed. This expression creates a reference which is immediately dereferenced by the compiler. Change this. Unused task poll. Oh, to do dirty hack. Okay. That is a dirty hack. A warning and a to do. Once again, we ignore this. Inner level. Oh yeah. Wait, oh yeah. The warning and a to do. I'm starting to see a pattern. Whenever I'm not willing to fix a warning, we always have a to do. I'm going today, Davey. Like, the only goal of me today, which is why I'm okay with being distracted, is allowing you to have the custom background on the level groups. I'm almost getting to it. I'm almost getting to it. All right. Since you said that that's what you were waiting for. Let me just fix a couple of the warnings that we have here. Yeah, it's all I do is for Davey, so that Davey can work on the game. Save. Wait. That actually was a bug that I fixed. But we introduced it today, so that's okay. Davey has a secret project? Wait, what? What if I have a secret project? My secret project is going pretty nice too, guys. Letting you know. This could be rewritten as a question mark operator. Reorder. Actually, I don't like this lint because I can change this in the future and then I will change it back. Yeah, I don't like this one in this specific position. Question mark. But how do I know if I have a secret project? Well, so your secret project is secret even you don't know it exists? That's how secret it is. Change it as side to by never used. Why is this unsigned and never used? Maybe this thing should be used. I guess over here we should do if changed. We actually have 3 projects and neither is secret. You seem to be trying to use match for destructuring a single pattern. Replace. I replace this with an if let. There we go. Collapse nested. Collapse. Collapse. You don't like this lip? Then the collapsing of the ifs. I agree. Let me undo this. Collapse if. Collapsed else if over here. I think. No, actually, I don't know. So basically, this means over here that the level doesn't exist. Level doesn't. I'm renaming. Not ring for a level. If I add a comment and it's not doing the Clippy warning, match can be extended further. Collapse ifs. Can remove sense. But if I change this into a match later, then I can replace iflat with a match. Like I can do it back and forth. It's pretty fast to do. There is a code action for it, and there's like if even by hand it's not too hard to do. But yeah. There's a reason this is in Clippy and not in the regular cargo check, right? I mean, sometimes I like to write this code, match, like a boolean, where I'm matching false and true. Sometimes I write this code, which is better than if and else. By the way, if I do an allow Clippy collapsible if, it means that it's going to suppress, because I have 3 ifs here, right? I mean, this last one is an iflet, but still. If it were 3 ifs that were combined, if I do an allow on the outer one, it's going to suppress the warning on the inner one. Maybe the inner one is like there's no way for me to suppress it only for the outer one, right? Yeah. I think there is no way for me to allow the warning on the if. Only on the outer one. Is there? I'm not sure. Warning, frame times are never used. GIF. Because I'm not using GIFs anymore. GIFs. Load GIF. GIFs are not being used at all. Yeah, I know. I was just asking if there's a way of doing it not to the entire... I mean, maybe I should apply it to some other expressions so that the warning only suppresses the warning on the outer if and not on the inner if. Pre-multiply is a known word. Add pre-multiply to the user setting. This word. What do I do about this one? GIFs are actually not used in the game right now. Do I delete this code? Or do I suppress the warning? This technically can go into a library. Yeah, just do allow that code here. Now. PNG versus ping. Do you pronounce your PNG files as ping files? Large enum variant. What? Wait, hold on. This is a large enum variant? Really? Oh, large has difference between variants. So like this is a big one. Because this is a game state. Game state is a big struct. So what are they telling me? So this enum should box the game state? Is that what they want me to do? So then the size of this enum is going to be small. Is this bad for performance or something? Right? When I'm doing the rewind, a lot of space is unused. I think I'm going to ignore this. Maximum click time is never read. Cursor position is never used. Max click time. Wait, hold on. This field is never read. What am I doing here then? Wait, what? This field is never read, and I'm literally... I mean, I guess it's because this this is never used. Wait, but this is used. Wait, what? Why do I have this warning? This field is literally being used. Is being read. Max click time. This is a false positive. The cursor position is actually being used. Wait. They lied to me about this one too. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's okay. It is only used inside the game editor. And the game editor is an optional feature, so that is why. Probably, maybe, potentially. Rust Analyzer. Hold on. What is my settings for the Rust Analyzer again? All features true. Check on save. Is it because I'm checking for this target? So like on the web, maybe this is not compiled. Wasm. No. Wasm 32. Inside Rust files. Inside Linksider. No. I'm not. Done. Restart it. No, I think something else is going on. I mean, okay, fine. Restart the server. I think it actually did disappear. That warning, maybe? We have more warnings that we need to fix, so we'll see. Manual implementation of the assign operation. Current time plus SQL. That is true. It was manual. No. This warning is still here. Wait, hold on. Restart. No, it still is providing this warning. Not because of the restart. Something is going on. Well, I know that this is only used, so this is only used inside the level editor. The level editor is an optional feature, so I'm guessing that this is the reason. So like if the feature is not enabled, then it's going to be unused code. Indeed. If I do cargo check, and we have some things that are never going to be used. Okay, you know what? Hold on. So what if I do here CFG attribute. So if feature is editor is disabled, then I'm going to allow that code like this, and then I'm not having this warning anymore. State is never used. Hold on, this one is never used. Oh, because this function is never used. But this function is actually never used. I don't know. Sometimes the dead code, so like it's because this is not a library, but not a standalone library. If it was a standalone library, this would not even be a warning, right? Yeah, I mean, okay, it makes sense. I think I want to have this specifically. It's never used. Whatever. Let's delete it. One is actually unused. Unused return. Okay. Unused variable path when I'm saving. Actually started doing this, but then I actually never used it, so let's remove it. Mutate and save. Not going to be here. Yeah, we'll do that later. Method save is never used. This one also should be deleted. Wait, hold on. Is it actually never used? Or am I seeing this warning? Yes, I'm seeing this warning. Hold on. Why am I seeing the warnings for the things that are actually being used? CFG attribute. What puzzle game am I making? I'm making the Link slider. You can play the old gem version on itch. Follow the link. You are interested? I can show you the game a little bit if you want in a second. Attributes. So not feature editor. Then we allow that code. Load group names is never used. Used import path. What is this? Version level. These are the GIFs. Unused import of a GIF. Okay. So GIF, as far as I see, is completely unrelated. This one can be extracted to a crate, moved somewhere. Probably I should move it into the engine somewhere, actually. Loading screen is never read. It is not true though, is it? Oh, I guess I'm loading the loading screen. I'm showing the loading screen. I feel like I'm like right now I want it to be a dead code, but eventually this will be used. Variable doesn't need to be mutable. Fade out is never read. What is fade out? This is because of the transitions, because I changed the way transitions work. Yes. Fade out is in the config of the loading screen. Screen config fade out is nowhere here. Unused timer. Used camera. That is true. Ref cell reference is held across an await point. Actually true. Actually true. I think this warning I'm going to keep and think about it later. References immediately. Yeah. Used variable transition. It is unused. But I think this function should return nothing. Maybe do a to-do here. Use switching the resume to switch 8. So IFOV is never used for the pop-up. Confirm. Confirm is never used. So the pop-ups right now, they're only used for the should like the dead code just be allowed? Maybe? I don't know. Seems like a little bit of an annoying thing because I'm sometimes building something for the future. Should I actually disable that one globally? Text meshes. So this was used before to draw numbers. Now I'm no longer doing that. Function has too many arguments. It is okay. It is not too many. Is it? Allow Clippy. Too many arguments. This code is unused though, indeed. Text meshes. Grid mesh is only unused. Well, actually, hold on. This grid mesh is only used for the editor. So maybe that's how I do it. A CFG feature is editor. So that, like, yeah, instead of disabling the lint when it's not the editor, I should, like, compile this code only when we're doing the editor, right? Hmm. Okay, well, I mean, I will finish this. We're almost done. But I'm almost at that point where I think that I should actually disable the dead code globally. And then at some point in the future, enable it back. Those I did, I don't create grid mesh, draw fade, and draw UI tile. Never used. Create grid mesh. Draw fade. Draw fade is actually never used anymore because we are now doing a crossfade instead. I'm going to delete that. Okay. There's too many arguments, obviously, but we allow that. Wait, can you configure Clippy like in a Clippy TOML file or something? Draw UI tile. Draw UI tile, this actually is never used. tile set is the UI tile set. We are never using the UI tile set. Just realized. UI tile set. This is only used when I'm doing the UI background. Means that it is actually unused. Okay. Yeah, this is unused. True. Smooth step is never used. That one. By the way, hold on. Hold on. I think the problem is in Clippy, no? Wait, or is it not? Oh, I guess... No. I was just wondering why don't I have the Clippy warning from the engine. But I guess it's because I only have Clippy warning. No, hold on. This is literally unused variable. Unused variable is not a Clippy warning, it's a regular warning. Why don't I have this warning when I'm running regular cargo check? So this means that the Clippy, when using the patches, is still showing the warnings from the patched libraries. But the cargo check does not. Because patched library is not like your code, so you're not supposed to see those warnings. That's right? I think that is right. Wait. Unused variable. Wait. Ref cell reference is held across an await point. Why don't I see? Oh, wait. Yeah, over here. Is. Oh, wait, hold on. No, Cargo Clippy from the command line also doesn't. No, it does. The engine, this is the game. So those are the two remaining warnings, is that right? Ref cell. Wait, what about this one? All must be used. I guess that one is because all features not specified. Yeah. Okay, well, let's make sure that this thing still compiles. How long did it take me to fix all the warnings? Was this an hour? So an hour wasted by me like fixing my editors. An hour wasted fixing some warnings and just allowing some of them. Okay. Well, looks like the game still works. That's all right. Good. Do this. Here. Fix some warnings. The engine. Fix some warnings. The game. Let's finally do the thing that I wanted to do. right? So we want to configure a background. So background, right now we are specifying the top and the bottom. And actually, I think I want to make the background more customizable. So this was working like that for the gem version. Our background was actually 2 separate layers, which had separate like parallax multiplier on them. But I want instead to make it more customizable, maybe. Like customize the parallax and stuff. Right now the parallax, yeah, these things are actually fixed right now in the code. This should be configurable, right? Yeah. So we're going to have layers, a list of layer. Okay. Struct layer is going to be texture, and it's going to be parallax, which is going, I mean, config, I guess, is going to be layer config. But layer config probably is only going to have parallax multiplier inside. I need to implement the loading for assets here. So I'm going to first of all going to load the config. The config is going to have layers. It's going to be a list layer config. Layer config is going to have a name here too. Yes, texture path going to be stored there. I'm going to load path join config toml. And then I'm going to load the textures for every layer. right? So layers is going to be config layers to map. So this is the config of a layer. And I'm going to do join all. Going to do try join all. Question mark. So using the config, inside the config, we specify the path to the texture. So we load that texture. And we create the layer, right? So the config is going to be the same, but the texture is manager load path join config texture. Oh wait, question mark. Okay. Result layer underscore is not a future. We need to do an async here. Question mark operator can only apply to values. So this needs to be awaited. And then cannot infer the error type here. So we do anyhow error. And now it's done. So instead of just drawing two predefined layers for my background, the bottom and the top, right? We just literally do for layer in assets layers. We'll literally do draw every layer separately. Layer texture using layer layer config parallax configuration. There you go. So this means this is still not the thing that I wanted to do for Davy, but this is the thing that I wanted to do just because. Okay, so over here background, it's not bottom and top. Our bottom texture is not even used. So instead we're going to have a config YAML here, right? The bottom, this is the old texture. This is just going to be deleted completely. And the layers are going to be just one thing. So we have a list of layers. This is going to have texture top PNG. I don't know. Texture PNG. Just do this. Whatever. And then you have parallax configurable. What was it though? Hold on. What was it before? The background. It was for the top layer. It was 0.5. Well, yeah, like this. You have partially moved. Yeah, sure. Let's do this. Okay, so basically now it is also possible for Davey, if he wants to configure the parallax here. Oh yeah, and also I didn't do everything. I need to do pre-multiplying when I'm loading this, and to load with options, which is going to be texture options. So let's see, wrap mode is going to be repeat, filter is going to be default, pre-multiply alpha is going to be true. Default is not there for the filter, I guess. Alright, ugly filter linear. Multiply is unknown word. So more configurable background. So this is just the configuration of the background that is already there, and now we also allow the background to be completely overridden for the group. So override. So right now I can only do override tile set, and I want to add another thing that is overriding the background assets. Cool. So yeah, over here. Wait, hold on. Am I rendering with no background? I guess not really. I feel like I'm just going to remove these background assets as an argument. I'm going to remove this here, where this is used. Maybe change to some fixed color. This is going to be dependent on the group. So background is always going to be renderable, right? So just like the tile set is going to be overridden. So background is going to be a group override tile set, but it's going to be override background renderer background. That's okay. We'll do override background as ref unwrap or help assets play background. There's like the default background. And I just draw the background using this. Background draw. Oh wait. This is a different thing. This is a background state, okay. Alright, and then for the group, just in similar for loading the tile set, I'm going to load the background. Right? Similar to this path, it's going to be override background as a path. And by default, override background is none, obviously. This is all the group configuration for now. Put some more later. Okay, so let me see. I want to copy paste this background into the levels selection over here, background. So inside our group, we were going to have override background to be equal to background. This is the path. So like you can specify the path to something that already exists if you background. And for this one, I don't know. Open with default application. Why is open with default application is not working for me, by the way? I'm not sure. Open with Sprite. Like, I can open the file explorer and then do this. Okay, so here's the background, and I'm going to change this background into the new super good background, which is going to be black. And then this wonderful new pattern for the background. Look at how good of an artist I am. Perfect. So now I'm going to reload. And this level is going to have this background. And then the inner level is going to have the other background. So like depending on what level it is, we can have different tile set and a different background. And a background also can be composed out of different layers with different parallax. So you can like change your parallax to be whatever you want. Okay, there you go. By the way, Davey, if you are here, oh, you are here. You still see this, right? Every time we play this game, redo disabled, wish player disabled. You still didn't do this. Davey can finally get to work. Yeah, I guess Davey can finally get to work, and I can finally go and rest, right? Okay. Allow to override background for level groups. There you go. Finally. Hold on. Undo last commit. Just because I want to change the message. I want to close an issue. Right? There you go. 130. But do we spear today? Wait, you want me to spear today? No? Okay. Fine. Okay. Davey, I'm just like since we have changed the level selection screen from the old level selection screen that we worked on into this new thing, we now literally cannot play the game anymore because we can only go to this first level now. So yeah. The only way for me to play all the levels now is to go into the editor. Oh wait, the editor. Configure replace background with color. Hold on. The editor is not working anymore. Hold on, I need to fix this. Oh, in the editor you have the background, which is color. All right. I forgot about that. Draw level. Okay, so draw background is going to be draw level. Draw level. Let's see this. Level. Background color. Option. Color. Maybe I do this instead. I'm just going to clear with the color instead. Did the rendering. Oh, speaking about different editors, Nerdsoul, how do you like this feature? Using mouse, using editor with a mouse. I just select some code and then I just move it like this. I use this sometimes. This is actually a good feature. Like, I don't even know how would I do this in Helix. This would take so much longer. I mean, not much longer, but still. XD20 KP. Nah. It's like aiming. It's like an aim trainer, you know? Like if you are good at aiming, you can do this really fast. Like I can put this as an argument inside any function, like I don't know, over here, right? What does this mean? X means select the line, D means delete the line, 20k means go 20 lines up, and then P means paste the line. You always disable selection dragon is so annoying. What do you mean? It's a feature. It's a good feature. I like it. I literally want to drag my code from one place to another place sometimes. Um, the person who drags links? What do you mean? I don't drag links. I drag something from one monitor into the other monitor. It's different, you know? I'm dragging it because it's on one monitor and then I'm dragging it into another monitor. There's a pro tip: make a chat into a pop-up window, then it will stop being a browser window. Wait, what? But it actually is good because when someone links, it is actually good that I open it not on my main monitor sometimes, because what if there is something bad in the link, right? So open it on my other monitor, I check it, and then I move it out if I want to show it onto the main monitor, right? Okay, background color is never used here. I'm actually drawing the background. Set the draw impel. Going to pass background color to that function and into that function. Look, I used mouse to copy paste some code. I select something, then I drag while clicking while holding control, and then I copy paste without changing whatever it is in my current clipboard, by the way. Why is my hand on my mouse? That's the real problem. It's not a problem, it's a feature. Why is your hands always on the keyboard? What if you need to do some precise movement that is only possible with a mouse? Huh? Because you're always typing. Oh, speaking about, like, is there the hop plugin for Helix? The hop plugin, is it there? Like in my NeoVim? There are no plugins for Helix. Well, I mean, is there an option to do hops? Too short of a file. We're hopping. So yeah, like over here, I can hop to all the W's in this text. So I'm going to highlight all the W's, and then the one that I'm want to hop into, I just press this thing and then I go there. Because I never use NeoVim, I'm not really too used to this thing, but I'm pretty sure that it is like the fastest way of going to a specific place. Specific random place on the screen. Especially if you're used to that thing. Otherwise, the fastest motion is using the mouse. No? So we do if background color is some, and we do this, otherwise we do that. Yes, mouse is often faster if you're already holding the mouse. Now I'm fast. I can move my hand from the keyboard to the mouse also pretty quickly. Maybe you're just slow, you know? Maybe you're just slow. I mean, I'm doing it faster than Rust compiles my code, so... yeah. Okay. It's a skill issue. Alright. Everything should work now. If I add a new group, is it going to work? New group. New group. New group, new level. Yo, yo, yo. No. These things look the same, but they are not the same. One of them is the inner level. Teleport into a different dimension. Okay, there you go. Hold on. So this one is using a different background. Yes. But the background in the editor is always the same. Also, it feels so much better to not move your hands. What do you mean? No. It feels so good to do everything by hand, which is why in this game, in this level editor, literally I'm selecting the tool using my mouse. Look at this, the tool wheel. This is literally the best option ever. You know, if I was to do this using the keyboard, you would need to memorize all the keys. If you have the tool wheel, you just use the mouse to do whatever you want to do, right? This is just so much better. You don't need to memorize anything. Right? That's too far. I don't know. Would you prefer this editor to work using keybinds instead of using a tool wheel? Pretty sure that this is how it is. It is much better this way. Sometimes I am not genuine with responding. Okay. Well, it depends on like what you're working on. I'm pretty sure that for doing a level editor, you want to do it with the mouse, right? Text probably better with the keyboard still for now. Clearly the context was editing text. Discard. Okay. Fix level editor. Done. So. Do I do anything else today? This issue has been closed. Is there anything super small that I can do? We have this thing. This is called solve side effect overlapping issue, right? So I kind of solved it partially, no? Because what level do I try? This one? Maybe? So whenever your side effect is activated, over here, whenever it's activated, this button is pressed, right? It doesn't look very good right now. But you know, it's almost good. Like, I want this button to be to look like it's a pressed button. You know? I think. But when it's pressed, we also want to see the color of it, right? You just bought a MacBook Air, thoughts? Well, I don't know. I guess congratulations. We love Macs. Right? You can install NixOS on it now. Move button behind the player sprite. If it's behind, it's not going to be like you want to know that this is a jump, right? So you want to see this green color. If it's behind it, it's going to be invisible. So I'm just saying that maybe this is another thing that should be like thought about. It does solve the overlapping issue. Well, yeah. Unless, like, right now I only do this for the active effect. So, like, this block does not activate the side effect, right? Which is means that this button is not pressed. So maybe there should maybe actually, like, the buttons, they should always be pressed, whether, like, if there is something to the side. But then also, like, the when they are active sides, they should also, like, be glowing or something, maybe. You know? Maybe we can, like, do some glow effect. So it's like trying to be unpressed at least. You know, it's trying to do the jump. And not just a press button. But I mean, something. Or maybe, yeah, okay, I don't know. The cube looks smug. Okay, well, I was just saying that maybe you will have an idea of how to do this properly. You still don't like the rewind sound? I think rewind sound is, like, not the biggest priority, but you can write it down so that we go back to this eventually. If we're talking about the sounds, though, how about I open Discord? And go over here. And download this thing. And then save this. As a file. Almost forgot about the new music entirely. Yeah. Music over here. We're going to load it from this file. All right. Let's listen to it. I don't remember. How was it? Sounds like that music is really quiet. Yeah, it's still a really quiet file. Well, the sound effects are much louder than the music. Yeah, this is the last one. The last version that he sent. I feel like this is not the music that fits into this game. What do you think? You think it fits? The previous one was also not very fitting. Oh, right? Too low beat. I think it is too fast. I think this game requires some chill music, which is like slower, I think. This is like too much action going on in the melody there right now. No? Some reference for puzzle game music. I feel like it's should be almost like ambient. Something ambient. Nope. I don't know. Anyway, yes, that's it for me for today. Think. Go ahead and rate someone. Puzzle speedrun music. I don't know. I feel like when you are doing a puzzle game, you are supposed to be. It's like Baba Is You, right? What is the music there? You are supposed to be thinking, and I feel like in the same sense as like the chill hop music is considered to be good music for studying. It's like the same thing, right? You are in the process of like thinking, so it should be something like, I don't know. What is in Baba Is You? Not EDM for programming. What is EDM? Electronic dance music? I don't like electronic dance music for programming, for sure. Especially not when programming. Hi? Oh shit, that is loud. Hi. Baba Is You.
First glance, this game looks pretty simple. You hop means you can shove rocks around, and flag is win means touching the flag will finish the level. And then
and also the music over here is really soft, right? Instead of it being like in 8-bit, all the sounds, they are like pretty sharp from what I have heard here.
Those rules are themselves blocks that can be pushed around, allowing you to break tough but
Baba Is You music.
time you get there.
Baba Is You OST. Wait, is this really Baba Is You music? Is it just me, or this music is really, really bad? But I think this still is a good reference. That, like, see how slow this is? It is just me? Okay. This one sounds nice. Total 11 could be Heroes of Might of Magic 3. Hold on. What is the Heroes of Magic OST? This game probably has some like no. Okay, whatever. I have no idea. I'm not the music guy. Let's go raid someone. Something similar to Dig Dug. What is a Dig Dug? No, this game is different because in this game you need to react. Like there's timing in the gameplay. I don't know. That's why I think it's different. No. Like you don't need to hurry in our game. No. That's why it should be slow music. No. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, guys. Here you go. Here's Maxi. Maxi started streaming again recently, doing a game in Bevy. So we started with Bevy and then we moved to Gang this game. And Maxi started with Gang and apparently he likes Bevy more, so he's rewriting his game from Gang into Bevy. This is day 3 of the rewrite. Go say hi. If you kill Rust, people rewriting all the things. You don't need to hurry, but music that makes it sound like you need to hurry would build tension. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Why should there be tension though? That's the question. Why should there be tension? I feel like you should feel like you're chilling and not like you are in a hurry, and music should reflect that, which is why my thoughts are music should not be hurrying either. Okay, anyway, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
I wonder if I should like use the name, because I can also use the. Oh hey Kubiman, what's up? Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? I saw you were working on your puzzle game. We don't like Genk either.